Mama shauri sionekana anakula pesa nyingi sana. Deli paka jua kwa tips. Nekana tabagani mjalo. Ninakwambia wawili ama watatu.
The future bit by bit, idea by idea, together. With an unquenchable flame of ambition and hope, I hereby declare this workshop open. Thank you, and may God bless you all. Asante.
Well, thank you so much. A big round of applause to Director Adam and also the acting managing director. Efficient and sustainable energy are right and not a privilege. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker is also here. Please welcome. He has worked as an embedded energy expert of the Uganda National Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency Alliance, where he was handling product development work and matchmaking on solar, biogas and clean picking. He was also involved in the implementation of a renewable energy demonstration site and was the technical advisor at German Climate and Technology Initiative, where he piloted 25 mini-grids in northern Uganda. Please welcome Country Manager GIZ's Projects Development Program, Hendrik Andersen. Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. My name is Hendrik Hundhausen. What an introduction. I'm not used to that. Thanks for having us. First, thank you to TEPS for having us here to give us the opportunity to present on our project. I'm here with my colleagues Kathy Kema and also Hilary Chesebe on the left-hand side here. So, yeah. So I talked about PV quite a lot because of our focus, but for this workshop, more interesting is the energy efficiency assessment. Here I want to go into a bit more detail. We saw 4 steps before, but there are really 9. So what we do in the first step is site identification. Okay, where is energy efficiency measures? Then we procure a consultant who would then perform an energy audit. If it's not already done, if there's already an energy audit done, because I think every 3 years it's mandatory, then we can also use this energy audit to start the process from step 3 here, marked in red. In step 4, we basically present and discuss the results of the energy audit. And we agree on priority measures and post-implementation models. So that's a bit of a deep dive. Then it's about the decision in the company once more in step 6, after which we again go into a bit of a deep dive to agree on the measures jointly. We present and discuss on the deep dive that has happened. And then in step 9, we basically recommend the options for energy efficiency measures. So in step 9, here we as PTP basically advise on energy efficiency technologies and financing. Financing is a key word here because financing is still a bit of an issue. So there's a bit of potential to still step in. We have a certain threshold for our interventions. So the investment, the combined investment for energy efficiency measures should at least 100,000 euros, or as of today, at least 15.8 million Kenyan shillings. So that's the threshold. Quite a lot of measures for this. Mention areas that we have identified with a study and with our work. Compressed air. On the table, we have a small example of the replacement of high energy efficiency pumps at a flower farm. Here, the investment was much lower at 5.5 million Kenyan shillings. The estimated savings with replacing these high energy efficiency pumps is 137,000 kilowatt hours in this case, which translates into 3 million Kenyan shilling savings per year. And the simple payback period for this would have been 1.8 years. That's just an example that we came across during our work. Then again, we have a look at the efficiency. It takes a bit. This efficiency is a bit until we can guide you to efficiency measures. In the first week, again, we have the site identification. The procurement of the consultant is one of the processes that takes the most time. It's roughly 2 months. Then the energy audit itself would be about 2 to 3 weeks. The presentation can happen within month 3 still. And then, because I cannot read it here, let me walk around a bit. The agreement on the priority measures would then happen in month 4. Decision by the company, again, of the elements that takes more time, because it's dependent on the client and we cannot really put pressure, or should not. Would happen in month 4 and 5. Then the deep dive happens in month 6. That takes again about 2 weeks. The presentation, discussion, or the result of the discussion of the deep dive takes another week. And then basically, mediating with partners that can implement takes another week, which takes us to month 6. Okay, then the regulatory environment. Here we want to present the energy efficiency regulation 2012, which says that every 3 years there has to be an energy audit, and I think every company that uses 180,000 kilowatt hours is obliged to do so. And then, yeah, why to work with us? I mean, we are an independent advisory, so we are not a company pressuring you into anything. We are neutral, and we basically advise you on technical and financial bits of RE systems. We have a decade of experience. Well, in energy efficiency, of course, we started only recently, but for PV, that is very true. We have quality networks. We have access to qualified component suppliers, engineering companies, and contractors that can deliver projects to the full satisfaction of the clients. And yeah, I think the most important here, everything we do is free of charge, so our services don't cost you anything. Here just a few projects that we have realized in Kenya. We have Kinguri Dairy Farm, which we visited just this week, Spruceport Kenya, Sian Roses, then East African growers, and Simbi Roses. There's quite a lot more, but just a few examples here. Yeah, we look forward to your cooperation. Presentation from our side. Our contact here on the ground, I mentioned her before, Kathy. These are her contact details, and our team sits at Westcom Point, 5th floor. And you are happy. We are also happy if you pass by. Thanks a lot for your attention.
Thank you so much indeed. Helping us developing an energy efficiency business case and secure reliable partners. So if you have any questions, please preserve them. We have one presentation coming up next before break. So get ready for all your questions, with all questions and comments. Now, this is where we come home and say, this is the statement of report. This is the report about our country. So where are we? And where do we wish to go? Ladies and gentlemen, to take us through that conversation, please welcome. He has worked for the last 34 years in different ministries, including agriculture, rural development, water, and environment. He has been instrumental in the development and implementation of energy efficiency and conservation strategy in Kenya. Please welcome the Ministry of Energy in the Directorate of Renewable Energy, Acting Director in charge of Energy Efficiency and Conservation Department, David Mutisia. Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Kenya National Energy Efficiency and Conservation Strategy. Welcome.
Thank you, and good morning to you all. I'm humbly excuse me. So as introduced, David Mutisia. I work with the Ministry of Energy and Petroleum, State Department of Energy, Directorate of Renewable Energy, and I am the Director of Energy Efficiency and Conservation Division in the ministry. I want to take you through one of the key strategies in the ministry that we have been working through from 2018, getting information together, gaining experience here and there, and bringing stakeholders together some of whom I can see seated here, and I'm proud to be associated with you and to be associated with the KEBS. We, as a ministry, we have a vision of providing electricity, clean electricity, sustainable and affordable. We try to align our actions towards that and to bring sustainability in this sector. We thought that energy efficiency was one area that we needed to strengthen in the country. We have been in the field since 2000, early 2000. We have been working with industry. From 2006, we have been working with the Kenya Association of Manufacturers to further energy efficiency in the country. And when we have been analyzing what we are doing, we found we needed to organize our house and do a strategy. And I'm glad that JZ, you are saying you are new in the energy efficiency field, and you have started doing this business in Kenya in 2021. I am excited that you are inviting us for this workshop together with KEBS to think through and see where we are as a country now, where we want to go, and how to go there. So this is the pathway. And we will be sharing later in the afternoon why energy efficiency. But mainly, energy efficiency is the first fuel, a fuel that you can get even before you start doing things. It is what you save and avail for others to use. It is what you save because you are determined to use a unit of power to produce more products using simple resource to do more. So that is our main business, and to conserve what there is, avoid waste so that you can reduce your expenditure. There is going to be reduction of bills when you do things the right way. And as we see how energy efficiency actions are and technologies, then you'll also see the interconnection in terms of reduction of emissions. And this is a key area that as a country we are pronouncing ourselves towards decarbonization, and moving forward, we need to think energy efficiency. We have, there's a challenge really. My colleague was not able to read. Ordinarily, we see the screen down here, but if I could get a mic. Thank you, sir. We have a supporting legislation that we base our actions on. Key among these is the Constitution of Kenya, which gives the Kenyan a right to clean environment, clean energy, affordable. And then we anchor there because there are actions that drive us to think of doing things the right way. We have the Kenya Vision 2030, and through these we have pronounced actions that lead us to do energy efficiency. We have the Climate Action Plan emanating from the Climate Change Act that gives us the role of the sector of energy on reduction of emissions. We have a role to play as a sector in enhancing that commitment of the country of 32% decrease in our contribution to the NDC. So our portion is highly seen through that act. The Energy Act of 2019 also gives us specific actions that have to be done so that we do energy efficiency and conservation, and it gives the EPRA, the regulator, specific rules and mandates to run the energy efficiency and conservation sector. And we also have the Energy Appliances, Energy Performance and Labeling Regulations of 2016 2016 and Energy Management Regulations of 2012, and then other strategies that we also leverage on the Kenya National Electrification Strategy of 2018, and then Energy Management Standards of 2018. Together with KBS, we have a role to achieve actions that have been specified in those legislations. And then anchoring on that, we picked what now the Constitution tells us to do and what the Act of 2019 tells us to do. And with that, we came up with reasoning why we needed to do energy efficiency. And as I have mentioned, there are a few things that we have to consider. And basically, we also wanted to see, when we were starting, how are we performing? How did we go about it? What partnerships did we need to see? So as we were considering how to go about it, we discovered that there was also an initiative in the country, Sustainable Energy for All initiative, that we had also signed to. And we also realized that there's a UN body, the Energy Efficiency Hub in Copenhagen, and we linked with that body. And together, we started now doing the thinking towards formulation of the strategy. So we together started getting information to get the baseline information. And then from that, we also realized, we compared ourselves as a country, how we were performing, and also globally. And we were finding that gradually we were not sure that we were doing energy efficiency, but we were doing about 50% by the time we were starting to think to start this strategy. Then that being a baseline, we also gathered some draft of information, and we shared with the Kenyans, because the Constitution says as you come up with a strategy, you need to do public participation. We tried our level-based 5 regions. We went, gathered information, and we also collected information from energy experts, and together, again, we came up with the strategy, which I want to say, after analyzing and doing all that needed to be done, we came up clear that to do. We wanted to do reduction of national energy intensity, reducing the national energy intensity by 2.5 or 0.8 per year. That's a target. That going forward, we want to do things that will achieve that goal. We also wanted to achieve a 30% emission reduction in greenhouse gas emissions by 2030 relative to business as usual. This was revised to 32%, as I alluded to earlier. And then we also wanted to see our contribution being felt in the SDG 7. SDG 7 has to do with energy access, and renewable energy mix, the grid, and also energy efficiency. So we took part of the third goal of the SDG 7, and we ran with it. And then as we realized energy efficiency, in Kenya, we were zeroing more on industry. We discussed and agreed that we needed to talk of energy efficiency in 5 thematic areas. One of them being households, buildings, industry and agriculture, transport, and power utilities. So we zeroed on 7 sectors. This can be reviewed to increase more, but for now, we thought of that. With the time, we find also cooling, other aspects of energy efficiency are coming up, cooling, and also, so review is welcome as we go forward. So those were our thematic areas, and for each one of them, we realized we needed to do implementation arrangements, and we have been doing it as we went about this. This was done, I said, from 2019 up to 2022. This is the time when the strategy was launched in September. So I go to the specific sectors, the households, the home. Yes. What
do we do at home? How do we consume energy? How do we consume electricity? Together, we sought and looked at our baseline and understood that we have about 12 million households as of 2019. And then 59% use the 3-stone open fire stove. Almost 70% depend on wood, charcoal, and paraffin as the basic primary cooking fuel. So, what do we need? How can we participate there? At this time, when we are doing as a ministry energy efficiency and conservation strategy, our sister department, bioenergy, was also doing bioenergy strategy. So we were working hand in hand and seeing how we want to improve on cooking. So that branch of the ministry is now seriously looking at clean cooking. And very soon, they will be doing rolling out clean cooking strategy. So there's a pronouncement on how we will be using biomass economically and efficiently. So that's another wing that we can concentrate on to take standards, to get labs, to get things done to improve energy efficiency in cooking. Everybody has eaten. Everybody will continue eating. And most of the times we assume this is a field that we don't think about. This is a field that engineers like Musonye, I don't feel like supporting, but we have been convincing them. Because everybody has to eat. And everybody, most of you are also enjoying trauma. Most of you are enjoying githeri. And where these things are being cooked, you go there and you pity our grandmothers. Because the soot in the roof is a demonstration, a small demonstration of what is happening in the lands. So we must do something to conserve energy, conserve forestry, to continue being a carbon sink, and to reduce pollution and to reduce problems of health associated with air pollution coming from those kitchens dotted all over in this country. So it's been clear that we need to think about. We wanted to do actions that will bring specific outcomes, and this is the improvement of energy efficiency in the way we use energy in our houses, be it now I've now left the issue of cooking, but in this specific strategy is looking at ways of working with Kenya Power to improve e-cooking, electric cooking. That is our emphasis on this strategy. And we welcome partners to do projections, to do actions, to think about doing things, because the ministry is an enabler. It is not the one to do it. Pick up and move with it. Promote energy efficiency in cooking in the households. We have to continue looking at the minimum energy performance standards. We have 5 already, MEPs. Our strategy is to increase up to 10, and we are almost there, because they are there. It's only a matter of domesticating them. When we compare with other countries like Ghana, they have 21. But anyway, it's not a competition, but we are there. We want to improve on appliances labeling. Musonye will be sharing here that for every appliance among the 6, you will find a star. We want to improve on that star business. We want to consume these appliances rationally. We want to promote business in appliances, be they refrigerators, air conditioners, stoves, TVs, motors, all those appliances that come here. They should not come here to be dumped here. So we must regulate the way they come. We must set standards. And this is where KEBS is. We must support compliance of those standards so that our consumers will get the best out of that appliance.
will get the best max output. We need to share. We need to create awareness. These standards are there. These labels are there. But do Kenyans know? How do we make it known? That is also an action that GIZ you can pick and move on. Any other partner is welcome to move on and improve on testing facilities. We have labs in Kiridi, we have labs in universities, but do we have enough to test so that we can enforce compliance? That is where we are. And on this, I will also say that what happens in Kenya is likely to be affected by what is happening in the region. So the standards here would also speak to the standards in Uganda. The standards in Tanzania should speak with the ones on South Africa. So there is need for harmonization, and we are starting on that. We have a program I will be sharing on harmonization of lighting appliances for East and Central region. So that is the goal. So even for the standards of the refrigerators, we are saying we don't need this standard here. And the same appliances are going to our neighbors. And because of the porous borders, the same appliances are coming back to the country. We are not going to fight that war unless we collaborate and think together. So it's also the business of the government to see to it that partners come together and try to harmonize and implement these standards and regulations together. I go now to the second sector, buildings. We have not been doing much on buildings. When we were looking at the baselines, we were looking at information and it was not there. So data, information is another aspect that we need to strengthen. Somebody needs to move on. The academia needs to move on. There is room for everybody here. We need information on buildings. We only got buildings in Nairobi. We could get information to get the baselines. This stuff was from Nairobi. That building stock was 37 million square meters, and we were projecting that by 2025 it will increase by that. We have to plan for that. But mostly, looking at most of the public buildings, a lot needs to be done in terms of their design, in terms of how they consume the energy that there is. I know you'll ask me questions about Kenya Power, and these are disclaimer. I don't work there. So, but before you complain about the bill, have you analyzed the appliances that you are using, even in your homes? Have you? When did you do that wiring for that school? When was it done? What material was used? Have you checked the maintenance of these appliances? The structures, the materials you are using? Maybe you are also wasting energy. So check your house before you even complain about the high prices of electricity. That's my business anyway. The others will say why they are charging you so much. We'll provide an atmosphere for them to answer those questions, because I'm also suffering anyway. I'm also suffering. I need to come down for the answers to all that. So we have information but scanty on buildings. We want now, as buildings come, we need to influence the county governments to plan on energy efficiency, the designs, the architecture, the architectural associations, the engineers, the materials you are using. As the building now comes, how is the built environment? So materials, orientation. In Kenya, we have a lot of sunshine. You wonder why your house is constructed the way it is. Why do you have so many corridors that provide darkness and you must put on lights daytime? Why do we have electricity on in this room? Where are they spending now? How many is because we need darkness to show the slides? It's okay, but there's a way you can do your house, the roof, everything. You spare the energy you are spending daytime. Definitely. The way you orientate your house, the windows, the advantage of the wind may necessitate you not put on that air condition. So that is energy efficiency, my dear friends. going forward, we are thinking of doing a few things, not so much, but we want to at least to do a minimum energy performance maps for buildings to improve on energy efficiency in lighting for existing public buildings, or to encourage retrofitting the old buildings. As you design a new house, please consider energy efficiency. We also want to influence the revision of the building code to enhance more of energy efficiency. On industry, this is a field that we have been going very well, and I see Innocent is here. Come for all the years. We have had an agreement of doing energy efficiency in industry. The ministry and Kenya's watchers come together, do a collaboration, share resources, PP and partnership, PPP. That is working, and it has been working, and it is an example for many countries in the region. And the whole, wow, yeah, it's a national global energy efficiency conference with IEA. I'll explain that as I wind up. So on industry, it's a matter of scaling up, and biggest business to do here is to create awareness, awareness, and awareness. And this is where now GIZ, you're coming. Please move on and influence others to participate in this. On transport, again, there was very little to boast about. Transport is an emitter. It's bad. We don't have to talk about that. Every vehicle you see around is just using gasoline and polluting, and we can't do without that. But there are other things that we need to do to encourage efficient transport. You don't have to come to Nairobi in your car. Now I can count so many cars. 1, 2, 3, 4. Everybody came. It's a social status that you own a car. But there will come a time when you don't need this. Seriously. You can use it to go for picnics and all that. We want people to invest in clean transport. That should be encouraged. So that this is just one bus. From one corner, this is another bus. 4 buses, and we reduce emissions. The only problem is it is chaotic. But somebody can make it happen. The other cities where you go, you'll find transport. Public transport is so enhanced that you don't need everybody to be in a car coming to crowd into this city. You can cycle. But the other day I was trying to cycle in my village, and jamaa, kuna kitu mbaya. The other day I was also trying to go to church on foot. Hey, gari imeharibika mzee. Why are you walking? But in the evening, I also want to pay money, and I see some of you guys paying a lot of, and your status are full of gym. That's not free. You are paying to go and exercise, yet you can also do it freely, going to work, going to church. You don't have to be a house far from the church. You don't have to. build a house far from the office. I mean, when estates are coming up in the counties, encourage planning so that industries are here, houses are just here, or the office is here. The Indians, sorry, don't pollute this country because their shops is down here and their homes are upstairs. They don't spend on transport. Why do you have to spend? I have from Kenya to Nairobi. It's okay. But we need to plan our work, our working, our spaces, so that you minimize on using your cars. You need to provide when you are designing. And I like some of the roads in Upper Hill. You can walk, you can cycle, you can run. And then jobs where the office is, encourage people to have washrooms where I can come jogging, I get in there, shower, check the suit, and go to the office. Now, the other problem is I come sweating, and it doesn't look good, isn't it? So I want to influence you to do energy efficiency transport. And more so, we are now thinking going electric. There's a lot of excitement about it, but let me say this. We are now serious electric mobility, and the political class, President, Excellency, attitude is pronouncing this every day. Electric mobility for 2-wheelers, 3-wheelers. Let's embrace this. We need strategy, we need regulations. He has told the Minister for Transport to appoint a task force to think about that. So we are on right gear so that we don't start getting dumping of this technology. We need to be prepared as it comes to be ready. Please prepare. When most of your cars are not new, of course, we know what you do. It is somebody who has used the car and is tired of it, and brings it here. But we will stop doing that. So in 2030, just be ready to go electric. And in any case, if it was to be electric now, I think I will not be, I'll be comfortable because electricity, I will dodge the fuel because it's gone far. It's expensive. So let's do energy efficiency. Even that car that we are doing, keep on, what do you do? Servicing it so that it doesn't produce so much pollution. On power utility sector, this is the sector that, of course, they need to modernize their. Before that, as a country, we are proud, but other people don't like it. I was sharing yesterday with the South Africans, and they were saying, I don't think you are right. Maybe there's something you're hiding. We are doing renewable energy seriously in this country. We are relying only on 7% thermal power generation, electricity generation. So on electricity front, the utilities are going an extra mile to be efficient, energy efficient. That one is a plus for the country. Geothermal, wind, hydro, although hydro people still argue scientifically it is not renewable, but we are proud to say it is renewable. So on generation, we are doing quite well. On transmission, there's a lot that needs to be desired. And this is also pronouncing actions by Kenya Power, Kenyan, on how to modernize the transmission and distribution. We lose a lot of electricity due to aging infrastructure. That is why your electricity is expensive. We spend a lot of money to replace those leaking transformers. And that money that has been spent is reflected in your monthly bill or in your token. We are stealing a lot of electricity. We are deliberately stealing. So those of us who know others are stealing, tell them to stop. Any percentage, we are now doing over 20% losses. And our target is to bring it to 19%, 15 where possible. Every drop in a percentage of loss is a saving of 1 billion shillings. So if we save, if we stop stealing, we save, and that will be plowed back to the consumer. That's another debate, and I will not open it. So we are on this, and this is another area of collaboration. We are establishing a super ESCO model through this strategy, and it's already starting to bear fruit. It's a station at Kenya Power Institute of Research and Training. So it has just started. We want to enhance that facility, and this is another area of collaboration where we need expertise, sharing of knowledge, and when it comes out retrofitting and doing all this, Super Expo will be a vehicle. I think and from that establish this company. ESCO. This is the time now to think about it using this strategy. I wanted to share here that the strategy, I don't have to go right into the details, has some specific targets and indicators that can tell us how we are managing. And to this, we are also glad that together with the Strathmore University, we have a tool now of calculating reduction of carbon. PaySat 2050 as the calculator, and we are modifying that. We are creating awareness on that so that we can trace our steps, whether we are doing the right thing. I have been mentioning what we are doing. The implementation plan for the strategy is out, and we are encouraging development in various sectors. As I said, we provided basic information for the formulation of e-mobility. The targets are drawn in this strategy for e-mobility, and we are glad that as a ministry we are participating in that space due to this strategy. We are also doing some fundraising for uptake of the e-mobility, and we are trying to reach other funds, the green funds, to support e-mobility, basically for two-wheelers and three-wheelers. We are also encouraging buildings to uptake energy efficiency, and to this I want to pronounce that we have started a pilot program, which is going to be exciting, to retrofit lighting appliances in secondary schools, boarding secondary schools. We have selected 100 schools with the Ministry of Education. Together with EPRA now, we are moving Sustainable Energy for All with CAM. We are moving with Copenhagen CCC to learn, to do audits, get details of what we are, develop a sequence of learnings, prepare material for infusing energy efficiency in schools with an aim of changing behavior. I forgot to say also energy efficiency is also a matter of changing your attitude, behavior, and consumption. If you look at most of the government offices, I work in the government, at night, the lights are still on in the offices. And maybe in your offices also. Even when you're seated here, maybe the lights are still on. And you're spending kilowatts. Behavior change. If we can try on energy efficiency to reach the roots, the kids, that is the beginning. If we can start, there are two things I'm passionate about. If we can influence the thinking of the youth, of the kids, on environmental issues, on energy efficiency and conservation, then we'll get somewhere far than when I try to convince an old person like Juguna. And thank you, I can see you. Juguna was the startup I want to encourage you. I want to recognize you. Juguna was a consultant for this strategy. Those who participated in this, please stand up. I appreciate you. I consulted you. You came for meetings. Thank you very much, and you're most welcome. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. Big round of applause, please. We'll say Bwana Tisia Asante Sana for that warning. If you know someone who is deliberately stealing electricity, please tell them to stop. I love that we're now thinking electric mobility. We need strategies and regulations. As you design your house, consider energy efficiency, the need for regional harmonization of standards through collaboration. We must promote energy efficiency, especially in cooking in our households. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have questions, dear speaker is still here. Maticia, we have questions already. So I'll read them out. They're on the screen. One that is very clear, maybe we'll start with a question that starts, are there existing studies from partners that analyze cost of traditional fuels versus electronic pressure cookers or induction ovens? So that's one question. The next question here would be, when are we likely to see gazettement and operationalization of the new energy management regulations? So we can take those two questions as we continue on before break. Over to you.
Thank you for the questions. I'll try to, and because I did the strategy, I work with experts here. I will not be shy to ask Musonye to answer the first one. That's my privilege, because I know their strengths, the studies, and even the gazettement of the regulations.
Thank you very much, David. The first one, yeah, there are a number of studies. I think you can check with the SNV has conducted some studies in the cooking sector, and GIZ. Specifically, I'm not advertising REFU. REFU has done quite a number of studies in the e-cooking sector. It's called ED Advisory. Yes, and actually we always call for those workshops of to attend to see the dissemination of the results. So just check online. Clean cooking, ED Advisory, SNV, and GIZ each have different studies, of course, looking at different a number of variables. Just to compare types of traditional cooking, modern cooking, electric cooking, but it has been proven. I hope Kenya Power staff are here. It has been proven that electric cooking is a bit cheaper by the studies done by KPLC. Based on the previous tariff, I don't know if the current tariff, they have come up with the studies to still show that. And on the gazettement of the regulations, we sent him to the meet, but I know he's trying to pull my leg. They're going to the AG. So we'll be getting feedback. Because of the change of office, we had to go and change the draft regulations to include better the new government strategy. Then we resubmitted in the ministry. But what you got, you see, go the AG first. The AG will look at it. They will give examinations for a number of things. Then we will give a feedback. Then they can present it. Thank you.
Thank you, Felix, and I hope that gives the correct position. The exact date when we'll be gazetting the regulations is also a process that we will give at our latest June next year. Most of the the regulations that are arising from the Energy Act 2019 will have been rolled out, because now the process has been harmonized with the, as I said, with the better strategy. Now I realize I should stand here and wait for the next set, or do I go sit?
So we have, this is probably just a comment, measures and policies being taken by government to reduce high cost of energy, in particular to high end consumers who heavily rely on grid power. What are those measures? That's a question.
That is, I alluded a bit to that action that we will be doing to reduce that power. Let me assure you, one of the biggest challenges is the aging infrastructure, and as I said, it's a costly venture, and we are doing it. The other ugly and very disturbing situation is vandalism. We all see the traffic guys. They go and bring down a whole pile. This is not good. We also need to be patriotic. So the government has set now a dedicated police force to enforce surveillance of the integrity of our transmission lines. So we have a police force dedicated to do that and to guard other sensitive infrastructure. We are also finding some instances of terrorism. Yesterday, but one in Lam, there was also destruction of infrastructure. Those things are costly. We are also trying to enhance new technologies. We have a program called COSAP, Kenya Off-Grid Solar Access Program. This is also aimed at bringing technology to the far disadvantaged communities, and with coming down of cost of solar appliances, we expect power to be reasonably cheap. But going forward, we also need to improve the way we do business. It's also not good to say we are allowing stealing of power. If we commit, and you have seen Kenya Power is trying now to encourage individuals, companies to sell electricity, especially in informal sector. That has been a big problem for us.
I think I would add something on what David has said. Now, this being a session for ISO energy management systems, I think my response will focus on demand side management. Because I'm sure you can't see energy efficiency, and there are guys who do part of supply, the other side of tariffs and everything. So the thing is, what is our role, not the government's role? What is our role? Because we talk of high-end consumers. So high-end consumers and the government are tied at the hip in terms of reducing the cost of energy. The government will do their part by trying to ensure, of course, the efficiency in transmission and everything. But then we're talking about this energy management regulation, demand side management. So demand side management is always a two-tier part. That's why I talked about the regulations, energy management regulations, which we need our high-end energy consumers to be energy efficient, so that you can derive the utility value from the electricity you're getting. If you're using 10 units to produce 1 kilogram, please use 5 units. That's possible. So what do you do? Of course, you need to be efficient. We need to do energy efficiency. When you're doing energy efficiency, what do you need to do? We need to implement. My colleague used to come and talk about that. We need to implement the recommendations. But then we are saying there is no money. do the implementation, because our high-end consumers are primarily into production. So what do we do? David has brought us super escorts. The super escorts are coming here to bring up escorts, and these escorts are specifically meant to be coming to the premise of the high-end consumer. They do the audit using their own money. They implement using their own money. But you pay them back from the savings that you have realized. That means the high-end consumer has not used any money to be efficient, but is efficient. So once the ESCO gets their money and they go away, you remain efficient, you'll have reduced on your cost of energy. So it's always a two-tier. I always talk about energy systems, not the supply side, not the government. When you reach there, you will not get cycle. The cycle is the supply side, there is demand side, in between there is the government. So each plays their role. So as we do that, the ESCO, then the other team that deals the electricity side, also they try to fix like those transmission losses or the system losses to reduce them to 14 and insist they should be 14. So that we balance both sides. That even if they give you power half the current price and become very inefficient, it will still become expensive in the long run. So we need to play both sides. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much indeed. We are ready to move on to another set of questions. And just before that, so that I get a feel of the temperature in this room, just tell us what stood out for you from the presentation. Yeah. Henrik, considering your ticket size for energy efficiency projects, 100,000 euros, can one present bundled projects across various sites?
That's a quick one. Yes, it's possible. This is also what we do in PV. If the ticket size is not enough for one site, we will consider different sites. And if all combined is 100,000 euros, that's fine.
All right. Straight to the point. Any further questions? Let's look at any other question coming up. Any questions from the floor? All right. So thank you so much. A big round of applause to Mr. Hendrik. Thank you so much indeed. But there's one for, I think, one of TCS, somebody's asking, thank you so much. When are you likely to roll out grid storage mechanism for captive solar excess generation?
I don't know whether I have the right answer for that.
It's a disclaimer. Storage is also an emerging technology which we need to be aware of. We need to do studies, and we've been conducting, especially Kengen has been doing studies on storage. And then as we move now through this COSAP project, we are also getting knowledge and experience, and we'll also be studying on how to enhance storage. Technologies are also there, and we are in collaboration with manufacturers of batteries to see what there is in the market, and we are also learning quickly to adapt with the emerging storage technologies, especially lithium and all that. So it is not a field that we can say we are perfecting, but it's also, yes, giving us some challenge.
Right. Excellent. Thank you so much. 33 minutes past the hour, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready for our first break. When we come back, we'll be looking at a couple of issues here. Energy management regulations, plus an overview of ISO 50001 energy management systems. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. Please, those joining us online, if you have any questions, please post them via the chat box, question and answer tab there. You can always join us via Menti. For those who are here, we are ready for our break. Our timer is on. 30 minutes so that we come back and kick off. The time begins at 12 o'clock.
Get ready for a day of innovation, knowledge sharing, and transformation in the world of energy management. Welcome to the ISO 50001 Energy Management Systems Workshop, happening today, September 21st, 2023, at the Sarova Stanley Hotel in Nairobi. Throughout the day, you'll have the opportunity to engage with industry leaders, government leaders, experts and professionals who share your commitment to advancing energy efficiency, sustainability and excellence. This includes Liam McLaughlin. Liam is an internationally recognized thought leader with a wealth of experience in implementing energy management systems across a wide range of private and public sector organizations. Our program is packed with insightful sessions, including discussions on the Kenya National Energy Efficiency and Conservation Strategy, deep dives into ISO 50001 Energy Management System Standard, and captivating panel discussions with leading experts. Plus, we'll be honoring outstanding achievements in energy management. But there's more. We have a special ISO 50001 Energy Management System Standard case study presented by Samuel Garay from Safaricom. Learn how real-world applications are making a difference in the field of energy management. So, prepare to engage, network, and collaborate with like-minded professionals throughout the day. This workshop is designed to inspire, educate, and drive innovation. We are excited to host you at the ISO 50001 Energy Management Systems Workshop on September 21st, 2023 at the Sarova Stanley Hotel in Nairobi. Get ready to make a difference. Stay tuned for an unforgettable day. Get ready for a day of innovation, knowledge sharing, and transformation in the world of energy management. Welcome to the ISO 50001 Energy Management Systems Workshop, happening today, September 21st, 2023, at the Sarova Stanley Hotel in Nairobi. Throughout the day, you'll have the opportunity to engage with industry leaders, government leaders, experts and professionals who share your commitment to advancing energy efficiency, sustainability and excellence. This includes Liam McLaughlin. Liam is an internationally recognized thought leader with a wealth of experience in implementing energy management systems across a wide range of private and public sector organizations. Our program is packed with insightful sessions, including discussions on the Kenya National Energy Efficiency and Conservation Strategy, deep dives into ISO 50001 Energy Management System Standard, and captivating panel discussions with leading experts. Plus, we'll be honoring outstanding achievements in energy management. But there's more. We have a special ISO 50001 Energy Management System Standard case study presented by Samuel Garay from Safaricom. Learn how real-world applications are making a difference in the field of energy management. So, prepare to engage, network, and collaborate with like-minded professionals throughout the day. This workshop is designed to inspire, educate, and drive innovation. We are excited to host you at the ISO 50001 Energy Management Systems Workshop on September 21st, 2023 at the Sarova Stanley Hotel in Nairobi. Get ready to make a difference. Stay tuned for an unforgettable day.
We have 5 questions, but we'll take 2 questions. 2 of you lined up, ready? Let's move on to the next questions. So we asked that question, then we went to this question, then we continue on, and then we have 1 question that will require you to join. And by the way, if you're joining us online also, please be ready to engage. Let's move on to the next question and the next question. And there we are. So just go to menti.com. That's menti.com. Once you're there is a code. The code is simply 4772 4799. So we have 5 questions. We'll ask you 2 now. And in the afternoon, we'll have the awarding ceremony. So be sure to stay here so that you get yourself your gift. I'm sure it's going to be a big gift. Menti.com, menti.com. The code is 4772 4799. Everything is on your phone. Please make sure that you pick an image, hopefully not closely related to your name or person. But please indicate your name, very important. All right, so 28 people, 31, we're closing. Joining us via Zoom, you can also participate. And remember, all your questions, comments, please post them via the chat box or question and answer tab. You can always post them via Menti as well. So ready? Okay. So let's open it up. First question, boom, simple question, no stress. Your energy absolutely conserved. What date is it that they have? Come on. Very simple questions. Very simple questions. Very simple questions. All right. Let's see. Let's just wait. Everyone has voted. Now you see, this is the interesting part. Somebody saying today is 21st September 2028. I have a serious challenge. Okay, let's see who the number 1, the top person. So let's move on to the leaderboard. Open it up, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see who's going to be the winner in this one. Ladies and gentlemen, Wick Life. Where is Wick Life? A big round of applause. Please stand up. We'll celebrate you. Well done. So first award already taken, first gift. So 5 more. So JN, Nancy Mwari, Judy, please be ready. Oh, well done. Second question, get ready. Everything is on your phone. Get ready. Join. All right. 3, 2, and 1. Open the question. Answer fast to get more points. All right. What is an energy management system? Aha. What is that? At least 44 people, well done. A software for social media management. Okay. Okay, unleash that. Let's see who the leader for this one is. Well, like, I hope, I hope, I hope. Good life. You like to take all the awards? We'll have a chat after this. Everyone will also be like, well done. Well done. Thank you so much for participating. 3 more gifts left. So please participate, participate, participate. Ladies and gentlemen, we started on a very good note and we want to move the conversation. This is a transcript of Minister Mentor Lee Kuan Yew's points at the Singapore Energy Conference Dialogue, 4th November 2008. And he starts off his remarkable speech by saying, to distinguish ourselves from other cities in the neighborhood, my intention was to create a first world oasis in a third world region. And I coined the slogan, Clean and Green Singapore. And indeed, he did that. Eyes on the screen because we can support a gentleman who stands and says, in the next 10 years, we're going to create a metropolis. This is him. Dilapidated infrastructure, poverty, and all that disorder because of leadership from third world to first world. We had to go benchmark. I understand back in the 60s, we were the ones who people would come to benchmark with us. No such story. I hope as Africa took out of it, and also just directly so other things was a different story. But listen to what he has to say. Listen to his words. To his words in commission to leadership.
Change the complexion of Singapore. And even from my sick bed, even if you are going to know
normally sell actually once the joint comes up. So the other means of transport should be the same comfort. That's the idea of energy. That's the idea of near condition uses electricity. That's still get the same, but still the quality of wear, get the quality of wear, get the same temperatures. So we had talked about the energy. We had talked about part of the energy issues, the energy management, the energy audit, the energy audit, and in the drivers of energy consumption. In this case, you have their process itself, and the occupancy, time and distance, the equipments, the environmental factors like temperature, pressures, the attitude, and the other one is human behavior. This human behavior might not get so much concern. Let's take your pastor, bishop, take your human, so that you can take your human behavior. That one will assist in reducing the amount of energy. As I think the most important thing is to understand some. For example, the people who are decided to do the Panama Canal, the Suez Canal, they had to be efficient, and for them to be efficient, they had to shorten the distance where they are taking goods, and that was the whole idea. So even in your process, you need to understand the process. The process of moving from Europe to India, through Cape of Good Hope, which was supposed to be Cape of Storms, involved a lot of time wasting and a lot of energy. So they had to do the calculations, time and the amount of money wasted on that can be used to conduct the Suez Canal. Same case with energy efficiency. Look at able to change the process, able to cover that cost. Can you be able to recover that cost? So cannot be able to recover the cost. You cannot be able to recover the cost. System is not efficient. The system is not efficient. So you can at times be energy efficient, but not economical. You understand? So when you are doing the energy check the process very well to able to reasonable changes. So you need to understand the process, you need to understand process, climate, distance, and the environmental factors. So as I was saying, when we're doing the energy audit, don't just come and look at the lights alone. You understand the process, which goes around. How do people, for example, I don't understand. I think now somebody wearing a coat can be doing things. Look at the behavior how the Kenyans like wearing coats. That's the behavior. Why do you have to put the room for wearing coats? The coats. That's why I'm saying, why should I bully for wearing coats? We should like move, man. So the others are just making this facility this time. So that's where you kind of when you are talking of it changing. Yeah? That's true. Because all of us can remove our code. Can at least take it to around 26 degrees and still you're comfortable. At the same time, what we are conditioned and still we are opening the doors. That's true. Huh? So that's the problem. Your process now you have to understand. But sometimes, if it's in an hotel, you go to the life source of the life fast on. at night and daylight. So the behavior of so in audit in such a place, the best thing is to do the profit of the light. Because matter the kind of light, whether efficient or inefficient, you must. So you cannot fall with energy. Motion factors for occupancy and flow. Because that place the light must on. So that in that case, that's where you understand the use of it comes. So the process is very important. Because you find somebody just comes around and just says, their conditions. At the end, policy requires the condition at the same time you open the doors. So you have to understand whether it's a policy of opening the doors, so and so on. It can't be a policy that because of the security issues. So when I take over and do the supervision, where you also check the process, the equipment, and the so that we know how much it is from the system. And I'll give an example of a pumping system. You need to measure at the flow. Measuring pressure at the flow alone. It's not going to save energy. To know how pumping water. You need to know in the morning the consumption in the morning, how the consumption is changing, and how the pressures are changing. It's in a China system where you are pumping water to cool to understand how demand for water and pressure is changing. So most of the measure pressure, volume, accurate energy, because I know pressure time is stored to get to the power. That's what compare to the motor. It's the motor. That's what because there is a pattern. You should get. That's why I was saying, for example, I'm not really going to pump water and consider how open this is. And I think March, and the moment at night, the demand is when you in the morning, people are starting an hour and they open an so, and we need to understand why there is this demand for it. And that realize that there were a lot of pieces. So people even make recommendation, just tell those guys to sort out the leakage issues so that the demand and mechanism is zero. And as we are checking the environment of those people, that time is supposed to be 6,204 millimeters a day. It's a big down, and you can see by the can use that consumption. So in that case, it's such a sufficient. What do you recommend? What energy utilization you recommend? You don't have down there and power or that but because in such a case and you have got in the cables when we're going to ask for being changed. The other one like a system cooling system, which is and that's center. The water demand, the cooling water demand, the carbon goes in that. At the peak, probably a lot of moments there, and it's around 3 p.m. the afternoon. The temperatures are very high. Typically, these are typical like the whole weather. What do you recommend for that? Keep your balance. What for the infrastructure system? I know that. What do you recommend for such cases? Because by the standard that is what will bring me the management work. not know the amount of file I'm going to find my sensitive because there's not done analytics. Because they are not records. That's why I say the hack of energy management analytics and the energy, the levels of energy also energy audit. So energy auditor. Seems like you don't answer that question. You are able to pass. Yes. So on such a case, when you recommend the variable speed rate, at this point, what will be the efficiency of the pump? Don't answer. Another person, that one was VSD.
Thank you very much. One thing I'll come back to you on it. One take the other one, and the other one will come as support to whenever comes up. Value comes
So what about me?
So that one comes on to value so that the baseline, and then support pumping system at that time when
you're another person. Is going to produce two parts of the same. One for bank. But you can see now it's not a step. Not a step. That's the case. So probably you need infinite number of pumps. Another one. So that's why I say you need to understand the process. You find that a continuous use a VSD, but now there's an issue of the pace of the pump when the demand is very low. Use two pumps, use not a specific. And those are the questions I was asking. For the estimate comment, what do you comment? There's a VSD smaller pumps or a smaller pumps or a reducer tank. This is a machine the center whether it's latency and the heating is only coming from so it's a good it's a good bit. So the issue of the first one is on the estate. You want to see it? That one. That's the first question. What do I use? I've given a multiple. Yes, smaller pump, or I use a tank, This is our tank. So you need to have you can choose after you switch off there. So the pump can work. Optimum. Use the number. It's the power the pump. That's the case. Because even you have to produce a smaller pump. You have to make sure that the system efficiency for the equation but you write or jump for now being used electric cars. So you have seen the importance of the system. And the chiller So you need to pass yourself with the governance of the day, yeah? And for those who have ever seen the pressure level with them, and since I started evaluating, I've never seen a combination of pressure based. There are so many parts of these things. I've never seen. ESD. The other one is the other thing is on the headline facility. First thing you can go to the facility. What do you ask for? Hey, before you even visit the facility, what do you ask for? Bills, and what else? And the regulations are stated very clearly. Facility must energy consumption data, and production or occupancy data for 5 years. So you know, check those. What do you normally do with the bills? Huh? What do you normally do with them? The time is past, the time is over. You do a regression, and you get anything from the bill other than the coefficient of regression. So in such a case, you find that there are two facilities. These two facilities. Can you conclude to be efficient? This one. How many are for this? These reserve lands. Auditors. How many are for this? How many don't know? Good. You find this facility is not efficient. It's working under capacity. It has a capacity of working. And in simple terms, when you underload a system, it becomes inefficient. So, and most of the people do regulation and they don't say anything about it. Or you have not said. The second one is efficient. That one. Because it's operating at, you can find most of the operations are up here. They have loaded the system very well to act in the loading capacity. But you just do the regression and put it in the report, and the only thing you say is the R squared is good. So what you should always remember is work is energy. That is not work is cost times distance. You are going to correct that. And the distance is speed times time. And energy is power times time. So you need either to reduce the speed or reduce the time at which the equipment operates and can give the other thing you should always remember is your system should always be loaded above 8%. If at worst 70%. So in that case, you can change either the system, you can modify the system to make it efficient, do the same work, and save energy. Conclusions made before. You need to adapt the system approach. Comments, questions, or complaints?
Wow. Thank you so much indeed. A big round of applause, please. Please, if you have questions, we'll respond to them after the next presentation. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, at this particular time, we want to get an overview of the ISO 50001. And to guide us through that discussion, we also have an online presentation. But in the meantime, please welcome
He has more than 10 years of experience in energy efficiency, power systems, energy modeling, renewable energy standards development, energy management systems, and project management fields. He now manages the development of renewable energy and energy management standards. Please welcome Kenya Bureau of Standards Principal Standards Officer, Mr. Alex Mboa.
A big round of applause, please.
Good morning. I'm happy to have you here today. And I'm sure everybody from the program is expecting me to be here to make the presentation. But it was planned, not by mistake. That the person who will make the presentation is the one who was supposed to make the presentation. There was a little bit of mishap when you were communicating. I missed his email. But later on, good thing for us, I got hold of that email, and then he was willing to make the presentation at such a very short notice. Can you imagine? I think we finalized the speaking on Tuesday, and he offered and said that he'll be able to be here online, virtually, and make a presentation on the same. So at this moment, I want us to welcome Liam McLaughlin, who will be giving us an overview of the ISO 50001 EnMS. He's a renowned expert in energy management system. He's also a member of ISO TC 301, energy management and energy savings. Those of you who are familiar with the UNIDO handbook on energy management system, he's the one who authored that particular handbook, which a number of you are blessed to have and guide you as you develop your energy management system. So please, let's have Liam give us a presentation. Welcome, Liam.
He is an internationally recognized expert in energy management systems. He is a member of the committee which developed ISO 50001 and its supporting standards. He is the lead international consultant and trainer to ISO in the promotion of ISO 50001 program development and delivery in Europe, America. Please welcome General Zero CEO Liam McLaughlin.
Hello. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me? Hello. 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 Can anybody hear me? Okay. The sound quality is quite poor. I hope you can hear me better than I can hear you. So I'll go through what I was going to say. You can ignore that slide. Yeah, so you just saw an overview of who I am. So I'm based in Ireland, but my company is based in Spain. One thing that wasn't mentioned is GIZ. We have worked with GIZ in Jordan with ISO 50001 in the water sector. We've worked with GIZ in Mexico and also in the Caribbean region. So yeah, our business and my own experience since 2005 is with the energy management standards, energy management systems, and I'm going to speak from that experience. Okay. So I want to give you an overview of what is ISO 50001, what is an energy management system, probably in a different type of approach than you've heard before. But mostly I'm not going to speak about the standard. I'm going to speak about how you would apply it in practice. Okay, so on the right of this slide, you can see the purpose of an energy management system is to improve energy performance. And this is the starting point. You need to decide what are you doing and why are you doing it. So energy performance improvement is the purpose, and the result of that will be reduced costs, reduced emissions, which would give you economic and environmental sustainability. Okay, and also we talk about risks and opportunities. So there are risks and opportunities associated with the energy consumption of an organization. A lot of the risks now are related with climate in particular, and there are climate impacts starting to touch organizations around the world. Okay, so that's our starting point, is to consider these things. Why are you doing this? And then the most important activity that you're going to have in the system is technical. So this is a management system. It's bigger than technical things, but at its core are the technical things. So I'm just using the term eco here, energy and carbon opportunities. These are the technical things that you're going to do to improve your energy performance. Okay, and the whole concept of continual improvement comes in here. Your organization, if you're implementing an energy management system, your organization needs to continually identify energy saving opportunities. It needs to evaluate those opportunities. It needs to implement the good ones and put the others aside. When I say good, it means they're technically feasible or economically feasible. Okay, and the concept of the plan, do, check, act cycle fits really well here. So this is, you plan your energy savings, you implement them, you check if they're working, and if they are, you learn from that and you make them permanent, or you spread them further throughout the organization. So you could do a test in one part of your building or your factory or your transport company or whatever it happens to be. The system applies to any organization, large or small. So this is all you need to do. So the standard is a little bit complicated. It has around about 40 different requirements. But in the end of the day, this is the only thing you need to do. You need to continually find opportunities, identify the good ones. I'm going to say this a few times. Implement the good ones and make savings. That's the core of the system. Now, so that's all you need. But in order to make that effective, there are other mechanisms and other processes needed. So the previous speaker mentioned a little bit about regression analysis. You do need to measure and monitor what's happening. You need some data analysis, and I'll give you one slide later showing another version of that. but you do need data analysis. You need to continually monitor the energy performance in order to verify that it's actually improving. Another area is operational control. And by operational control, I mean how you operate and how you maintain the equipment that you already have. Okay, so I've worked with about 600 different organizations all around the world, in every continent from South America to Asia. And this is really important. Almost all organizations, I would say all organizations, can save energy without spending money. So this is dependent on knowing how things work and operating them in a more efficient way. Okay, and I'll give an example of that later also, and how impressive it can be. So these three areas in the middle, the energy saving opportunities, or the energy and carbon opportunities, are the key thing. They have to happen, and they are supported by constant monitoring and effective operational control. The operational control is important if you have new equipment. It's important if you have old equipment. It can all be operated more efficiently. So these three items I would call the core processes. And then we have leadership. You need support and commitment from top management. And I'll speak a little bit about some parts of this. But so you need strong support from the top management. You need to understand the context of why you're doing this. You need sometimes money, but in the beginning, no. I would say most organizations, the management system can show savings for 1 or 2 or 3 years without the need to invest. And that would be from savings from operational control. You also need to integrate this into the day-to-day job of people. And this is very important. This is a new concept in ISO management system standards. Because what happened historically is companies, if you're familiar with ISO 9001 or 14001 or any of the others, these systems were developed, documentation was developed, and it was developed for the purpose of being audited. So we were building systems for a certification body, not for the company itself. And ISO have recognized this, and one of the new requirements now coming into all the standards, all the management system standards, is that this should be integrated into your normal job. So you shouldn't have an energy management system for the auditor and another one for your day-to-day business. And this happens a lot, but you do need to integrate it to make it effective. And you do need resources. So resources are one of the indicators of commitment from top management. And when I say resources, the most difficult one to get in most organizations is time. So whoever the people in the energy team that are working on energy, so you'll have an energy manager, energy engineer, whatever the title happens to be, that person needs enough time to do this job. It's very, very common to hear from people just that I don't have enough time, I have other priorities. This is energy is very important, but it's usually not very urgent. So we need to give it the resources that it gets done. Okay, so these leadership things are very important. You also need other supports. So within the standard, we talk about design, we talk about procurement, communication, raising awareness, and training. Those are the main points of support you need. Training will, in most organizations, be the biggest activity. A lot of time is needed to train people how things work. Again, the previous speaker was talking about pumping systems and variable speed drives and regression analysis. These are all complicated if you don't understand them. If you do understand them, they're not so complicated. So training is needed to raise competence in these areas. And this is often a barrier that organizations don't have enough technical knowledge of the energy side of the equipment that you have. Okay, so that was a quick overview. For me, this slide is ISO 50001. This slide is the energy management system. And again, it's highlighting very much this central thing of continually identifying and implementing energy saving opportunities, and now more and more decarbonization opportunities. Okay. So this slide is just to show my version of the energy management system cycle. This is taken from work we've done with UNIDO, the United Nations Industrial Development Organization. And at the core here in the center of the slide, we have that the purpose of the management system is to reduce energy consumption. Okay, that's it. And you do that by implementing energy saving ideas. If you do that, you will reduce CO2 and you will reduce cost. But the work is primarily about kilowatt hours. The other two just happen automatically. Okay, so that's the purpose of it all. The first step is to build commitment. And you see on the slide there, number 4 and 5. Those are the clause numbers from ISO 50001. I don't speak often about clause numbers, but just to put the perspective on this slide. So clause 4 and clause 5 are about leadership and the context, and they go together to build commitment. And building commitment is the most difficult part of the system. I've said that I've implemented about 600 energy management systems, or helped organizations implement around about 600 systems. That sounds like a lot of work. It sounds very successful. It sounds amazing, maybe, but probably 200 of them were failures. And the most common cause of failure is lack of commitment. So we say we're committed, the top management says they're committed, they sign an energy policy, but then when they start making decisions, you see that there's not that much commitment. So building commitment is the first step, and it's the most difficult step. It's easy to put a variable speed drive on a pump. It's easy to make energy savings if you're a technically minded person. It's not so easy to get commitment from the top. The next part is about planning. Again, in the standard, this is clause 6. And planning is the technical engineering part of the process. It's where you identify the opportunities. It's where you do the data analysis. It's all that technical stuff. And I have a slide in a moment to go through one approach to the planning process. Okay, so you build commitment, then you start planning, then you start doing, and clauses 7 and 8 in the standard are about doing. These are about support, and these are about operations. Okay, so doing the things that actually save the energy. And then there's the idea of improving and continually improving the management system, continually improving energy performance. And when I say continually improving the management system, I mean continually building more commitment, continually developing more plans, continually doing the other parts of the system. This is shown here as a cycle. It's a little bit like the plan, do, check, act concept, but it's worded differently, and it's really trying to emphasize that commitment is a huge part of this. Okay, so commit, plan, do, improve. In reality, it's not a cycle. Once you get the system going, all 4 of these are happening at the same time. So you're continually improving commitment, you're continually planning and identifying opportunities, you're continually doing, you're continually improving. Okay? So I have some slides to go in some detail here about different aspects of that, but fundamentally that's the structure UNIDO uses for its management systems. This is the structure my company uses. It's the structure we've used with ISO, with GIZ, with many, many other organizations around the world. So commitment building has these 2 parts, the context and the leadership. So the context is very important. The context for me, there was a big change in ISO 50001 between the 2011 version and the 2018 version. And for me, the biggest improvement was the addition of context. The context allowed organizations to support the commitment building. So, and we look in a moment at some of the context of your management system, and also the area of leadership. So understanding the context, understanding why you're doing this is very supportive of getting more leadership and more improvement. Okay? So why are you doing this? Why is the organization doing it? It could be to reduce costs. It could be to reduce greenhouse gases. It could be pressure from interested parties. It could be related with energy security. I've been doing this for a long, long time. We've always talked about energy security, but only recently has it become very alive, this area, especially in Europe. We've been very impacted by the war in Ukraine, and energy security, especially natural gas, has come under pressure. So there's a lot of reasons why the organization is doing this. And these reasons are the motivator for top management to consider this to be an important topic. Okay, so if you review the context and document it and share it with top management, it is a very good basis to get support and to get the system working. Okay, there are different ways of doing it. In my advice normally is there's an external context, which is what's going on outside your company. There's a concept or a tool called PESTLE analysis. It's basically to consider what's happening under these 6 headings. You can Google PESTLE analysis and you'll see how it works. It's very effective, okay? For the internal context, which is a requirement again of the standard, and it's a very, very important topic, we normally recommend SWOT analysis. Again, you can Google SWOT analysis. It's about the strengths, the weaknesses, the opportunities, and the threats. And here we're emphasizing the weaknesses. That's the important one. Okay. I can tell you all day long what my strengths are and how wonderful I am. But really the important thing, if I want to improve, is to recognize my weaknesses and to improve on those. This applies to everything in your business. What are the weaknesses and how are you going to overcome them? And equally, the threats are very, very important. Okay, so this is the context. I'll mention again in a moment about the interested parties. These are the external organizations that want you to improve performance and that want you to have an energy management system. And there are many, depending on the country or the region that you're in. Okay, this is also a part of the context. This looks very complicated, but I'm just using it to show 2 things. So this is 2019 data. It's the balance of all greenhouse gas emissions across the entire global economy. So we emitted 49.8 gigatons of CO2 equivalent. The CO2 equivalent is the unit of measure. Here you can see what these gases were, and the dominant one is CO2, 74.1%. So more or less 3/4 of all greenhouse gases are CO2 itself. And CO2 is coming from combustion of anything. When you burn something, it releases CO2, and that is accumulating in the atmosphere. There are other gases involved, but CO2 is the biggest one. And if you look at where it comes from, approximately 3/4 of all emissions are from energy. There are many aspects to using energy. So 3/4 of greenhouse gases are coming from energy, coming from fossil fuels. And now ISO 50001 has the potential to be a major tool in this. As Alex mentioned earlier, I met Alex in San Diego in July. We were looking at the ISO 50001 group and the other standards in that, and it was decided to write another standard. So there is another standard being developed. At the moment, it's being discussed exactly what its structure will be, but it is about using ISO 50001 to decarbonize organizations. It'll follow the same concept, same structure, but focus more on carbon than on energy management and energy performance. This diagram, if you look up Keeling curve, you can find the latest version. I tried to get one today, but I couldn't. This one is a couple of months old, but we're up around 430 parts per million of CO2 in the atmosphere now. The x-axis here is 800,000 years. So that's what happened over the last 800,000 years. 800,000 years is approximately how long humans have been around. So this is the trend of CO2 since we first started wandering around the planet. And you can see the trend was fairly constant for 800,000 years, more or less. It was between 200, 250 parts per million forever. And then it started going vertical. You can see here in 1960, it was around 300, 1980, 2000, 220. These are 20-year intervals. And you can see they're getting wider and wider, which means we're adding more and more and more quickly. So we've been talking about this since the 1990s. So somewhere around here, we knew we had a problem. Since then, we've emitted more CO2 than we emitted in all of history prior to that. So since we've known we have a crisis, we've accelerated greenhouse gas emissions. But again, this is part of the context. So part of the context also is regulation and different interested parties or stakeholders. So there's more and more pressure coming from investors, from the markets, from laws, etc. So next year in the European Union, we will have a new law about corporate reporting, and that will include climate reporting. So every large company, every company with more than 250 employees will have to have a plan for reducing its greenhouse gas emissions. Okay. One of the tools that you'll have in this process is this thing about roles and responsibilities. So you need to have a clear way of deciding who needs to do what. So as I said, there are approximately 40 requirements in ISO 50001. If you look at the document, you see the word shall. Every time the word shall appears, there's a requirement. If you list them, there are close to 40, and you need to decide who is responsible for each one. So again, you can, if you Google Rasky matrix, you'll see the concept. It's a very good tool. It's the approach that we use in all the processes I've been involved in, or all the programs. So you list all the tasks and you decide who's going to be responsible and accountable and supporting, etc., for each task. Okay. So I said I'd give an overview of planning. This diagram has 7 steps, and it's the process we use. It is based on the text from ISO 50001, but it's sort of translated into something more practical and logical. Okay, I don't know how clear the text is on your screen, but step number 1 is to collect data. So this is meeting the requirements of section 6 of the standard. The previous slides were about commitment and building commitment and getting top management interested, and not only top management, middle management as well. And then you decide, what are you going to do? So the step 1 is to collect data. This can be energy data from your bills. This can be energy data from other meters if you have it. collect the data and just develop trends of consumption. So just check what's happening. Is your energy consumption going up? Is it going down? Is it constant? Is it bigger in the summer than in the winter, or whatever? Okay, so basic, simple data analysis is step one. Step number two is to do an energy balance and select what are the largest energy consumers. In the standard, we call them significant energy uses. In reality, you can call them anything you want, but they're the things that consume most of the energy. So you do a balance, and then you select what are the most important items. So we saw earlier an image of the room you're in the hotel. If you consider that hotel, what are the significant energy uses in it? I imagine, I have never been in Kenya. I've worked with close to 100 countries at this stage, but never been in Kenya. But I imagine the biggest energy consumer in that hotel is ventilation, HVAC, heating, ventilation, air conditioning. I assume there's not too much heating needed. So that would be the biggest energy use. And that means that's what we would spend most of our time looking at. And very often people say, oh, well, let's get LEDs. LEDs are fine. LEDs are very good, but they're not the biggest thing in your home. They're not the biggest thing in your industry. They're not the biggest thing in most buildings. So you start normally with the biggest things. So do an energy balance, see where it goes, and then focus on the biggest consumers. That's the second step. The third step is about information and data. So we talk about baselines and performance indicators. You need to develop those, and that's where regression analysis and normalization comes in. Number 4 is about people. So in this case, we want to find out who are the people that have the biggest influence on our energy consumption, and we need to check what they're doing. And these people could be the people operating the equipment. So in that hotel, who controls the temperatures, who controls the fans and all that stuff, who maintains it, who designed it, who manages it, those people, and try to make improvements with operational control. Okay, so people is very important. And over here, number 5 is about technology. And number 5 is really related. I think I didn't see all of the previous presentation, but the idea of energy audits and energy review, going around the building, going around the factory, looking for opportunities. And I would associate number 5 with investment. Okay. Number 4 is about low cost savings. Number 5 is where you need to spend money on new improvements. Okay. And these 3 in the middle, I would always say there are 3 pillars of an effective energy management system. And these are about data, about people, and about technology. You need to manage all 3 of those. And from all 3 of these, as you start looking at the data, as you start looking at the people, as you start looking at the equipment and energy systems, you will start finding energy saving opportunities. So this is this ESO list. We've modified that now to ECO list, but ESO is energy saving opportunities. So energy saving opportunities will flow from these reviews. And then you decide which opportunities you're going to implement. And from that, you get targets and action plans. So what are the targets? How much energy do you plan to save this year? And how are you going to save it? And it's important that these targets and action plans are related. So if I tell my boss I'm going to save 1 million kilowatt hours of electricity this year, the next question is, how are you going to do that? What are the things that you're going to do to save 1 million kilowatt hours? Okay, and they need to match up. Okay, so this is an energy balance from a company. This was a meat processing company in Spain. So here we have electricity in kilowatt hours per year. We see refrigeration is the biggest thing. So if we were just looking at one thing, it would be refrigeration. If we look at their heat consumption, so they use natural gas in boilers to make steam, and they use heat in other processes as well. And again, here we can see the dryers. So even if you're not an expert in the meat industry, you can see what the big things are. So this is a very simple energy balance in order to identify the biggest consumers. And this one on the right is the same information, but here we've converted it to money. So even though the dryers are the single biggest kilowatt hour consumer, the refrigeration is the biggest in money. It's nearly 700,000 euro per year. So probably refrigeration systems would be the one we would focus most of our effort on. We would also look at the dryers, etc. So normally we pick around 80% of the consumption in order to focus on that. Okay. I know you can't read the text up here, but the concept, this is a very short introduction overview, is that the continual improvement tool that we use in every company is Excel or Google Sheets or whatever you want to use. But there's a spreadsheet with a lot of columns. So every time you have a new idea, put it on the spreadsheet, evaluate it, decide is it a good idea or not, implement the good ones and verify that they're working. Okay, so many of you have pumps, I guess, in your companies. The previous discussion was about variable speed drives and pumps for chillers. Perhaps there was an idea in that applies to your company. If there is, write it down, put it on a list, and decide if it can work for you on Monday or whenever you're back at work again. Okay. I've said everything that's on this slide already, so I'll skip through it quite quickly. But you do need continual improvement. The definition of continual improvement is about small steps every day involving everyone. Okay. And the most successful companies I've worked with, and I'm going to show you a slide at the end with a case study. It's about this. So a successful energy management system is not a system that manages 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 big projects every year. You can manage 5 big projects without an energy management system. But if you want to continually improve, especially in operational control, you need perhaps 100 ideas every year. Okay? And the Plan, Do, Check, Act, as I said, that concept fits really, really well with continual improvement using some sort of a list or some sort of a database of your ideas. Okay. It's a bit difficult to interact in this, but normally I would be asking you to put up your hands and things like this. I'm going to show you 4 different energy performance indicators. This is a company in the beverage industry that I worked with Unido. It's in Russia. We don't go there at the moment anymore. But I'm going to show you 4 different versions, and you need to think about them. Is any one of them better or worse than the others? So this company reduced its electricity consumption, this is only electricity, by 23% in 1 year. So they implemented an energy management system. They improved by 23%. The absolute consumption reduced 23% steadily once the management system started happening. And the question about this, is this good? Is this improving performance? Is it not improving performance? As I say, if I was in the room with you, I'd be asking you to put your hand up and we'd discuss this. The people on the chat that are on Zoom can type in the chat if you wish. But is this good performance? And normally, some people put up their hands and say yes, some people say no, some people say, but we don't know enough to judge this. And that would be correct. So for example, if these guys are making beer and non-alcoholic beer, alcoholic beer, if the amount of beer they were making reduced, that would reduce the energy. So then that's not energy performance improvement. if you're just improving. Yeah, so a question has just appeared, which is exactly the suggestion. Was the production the same? So in this case, it was not. The production reduced and energy reduced. Okay, I'm going to show you another one. So this is a ratio. So in the beverage industry, if any of you work with, in this industry, making drinks, it can be Coca-Cola, Pepsi-Cola, any of the beer companies, any drinks companies, they always measure energy performance in units of kilowatt hours per hectoliter, kilowatt hours per 100 liters. Okay? And in this particular case, that went up 3% in the same time. So this is the same data, the same year. This shows a 23% reduction. This shows a 3% increase. And normally I would ask you, if the ratio of kilowatt hours per unit of production goes up 3%, is that good performance or bad performance? And again, some people would say yes, some people will say no, some people will ask the question or say that this is not enough information. And the not enough information is the correct answer. Okay? These ratios are a major problem in energy management. So any of you that are working in an industry where you're using energy consumption per unit of production, that's not a valid indicator for ISO 50001. And it's also not a valid indicator if you want to know what's happening. Okay, so this next one is regression analysis. This is exactly the process that was shown previously. In this case, we took the hectoliters of production, we compared it with the energy on a monthly basis. We did the same scatter diagram that you saw on the slide, and we compared the scatter diagram of 1 year with the following year. And we show a 3% improvement. Okay, and in the previous slide, there was a thing about R squared. In this case, the R squared was very high. And again, the same question, is it good, bad, or otherwise? So I would say this is a much better indicator of energy performance than the previous two. Okay, so the place is improving when you normalize the data. It's exactly the opposite of what this is saying. Okay, and the final one, in this case, we did regression analysis with two variables. So in this part of Russia, the weather varies hugely. In the winter, the temperature can be -35, and in the summer, it can be +35. So there's a huge range of temperature. And if you're in any industry with a lot of refrigeration, then the weather will have an effect on your energy performance. Okay? And in this case, it shows a 10% improvement. And this is the most accurate of these four charts. So in this case, their energy management system did a very good job. They are consuming 10% less electricity than they would have otherwise. Okay? And we would normally say you should use two of these. Two of these charts are useful. This one tells you the energy performance in terms of normalization. In the end, in this particular brewery, there were 16 different variables, but that doesn't matter. Once you get to 2 or 3, you will normally have most of the picture in most buildings or most industries or most processes. But this one is really important, and this one is really important. The -23% is an important number because that reflects how much money you're spending on energy. It also reflects now the CO2 emissions. So this company would have had a significant reduction in greenhouse gas emissions and an improvement in performance. Okay, and this one here is absolute nonsense. This is a photograph from a book I got a couple of years ago. This is a photograph of a boiler, a steam boiler in England during the Second World War in 1941. And they were doing regression analysis with, I was going to say with calculators, but with nothing. They were calculating this manually. They were doing regression analysis and they were comparing their energy performance in 1941. And we still have a battle. There are many, many companies still using ratios, specific energy consumption, even now, when we've known at least since the Second World War and long before it, that it makes no sense. So this is a very strong and important message. Okay, one slide about operational control. I hope this guy doesn't look like anybody you know. But can a person in your organization spend a small amount of money easily? Okay. I have a mobile phone. Well, that's a bad example because it costs a lot of money. But if I want to buy something in your organization that costs $100, it's not a lot of money. Can I just go and buy it? And usually the answer is no. Usually you have to get signatures and approval and all sorts of things to go and buy something and spend money of the company, okay? And that's fine. But could this guy spend $10,000 or $100,000 in some cases? So can he spend a lot of money without approval? And very often the answer is yes. I remember a case of a refrigeration system in a pharmaceutical company. They had 2 chillers, and these are very, very large chillers. There were 4 compressors. Each one had a motor, 500 kilowatt motor, very, very large. And one of the chillers was much more efficient than the other. And a guy, one of the operators, decided he liked the one that was not efficient. And every time he was at work, he operated that chiller. And he was costing the company, I think it was close to €100,000 at the time. You could say $100,000. So this guy couldn't buy a pencil without somebody signing something, but he could change equipment, he could change pressures on pumps, he could change temperatures in heating and cooling systems. He could do all of these things and cost a huge amount of money. So operational control is a big opportunity. It's a big waste normally, and you need to get it under control. This is an example of operational control at a national level. So this is last winter. I think there are 5, this is from November last year to March of this year. So because of the energy crisis, the European Union set a target to reduce electricity consumption by 10%, a voluntary target to reduce by 10%. 3 of the countries, Romania, Slovakia, and Greece, exceeded the target. The average is this blue bar here, around about 6% or a touch more than 6%. So the entirety of the European Union, all the homes, all the factories, all the buildings, in total reduced consumption by 6% in a period of 5 months, because there was an energy crisis and it didn't cause any pain. They put limits on temperatures in buildings, etc., etc. So this was a major success. I'm a little bit embarrassed being Irish, because during the same period, we used more than 6% extra. So Ireland is not particularly strong in this area. In fact, we're particularly weak. But this shows what can be done. So 23 of the 27 countries in the European Union made very significant reductions in energy, in electricity, and they did even more with gas. There was a 20% mandatory target in gas. It was voluntary with electricity. The last winter, the European Union made huge changes and saved a lot of energy. I'm a little bit tight for time. I have to actually leave Kenya and go to Kazakhstan in a little bit more than 10 minutes. We have a project in Central Asia, and I'm working with a group in Kazakhstan. So I'm going to skip some of the slides to get to one important one at the end. But the topic of energy efficient design is very important. If you're designing something new, consider energy, make it as efficient as you can, as early as you can in the design. I have often done energy audits in companies with new equipment that's not efficient. So try to get it right the first time. It's much better than paying for an energy audit and then paying for modifications of equipment that might even be less than a year old. The same applies to procurement. When you're purchasing things, consider the benefits of more efficient items. When you're purchasing, sometimes the equipment costs a little bit more, but the overall life cycle cost is less. When you're designing, it does not necessarily add cost. If you design properly, you will probably have smaller pumps, smaller boilers, smaller chillers, and you can often have an efficient energy design that's cheaper than the non-efficient version. Okay. We have behavior change is really important. So we need behavior change at all levels in the organization. You do need the senior people to start giving some priority to this. You need to really question your energy performance measurement, especially if you're using these ratios and specific energy consumption. It's completely going to give you the wrong impression of what's happening. We need behavior change in operational control. We need behavior change in projects. And in organizations that have had ISO 50001 for a long time, this would be starting to become part of the culture in the better ones. I mentioned that 200 of the 600 companies I've worked with, about 1 in 3 achieves no savings. They just maybe do some documents, but the system is a failure. They may well be certified, but the system is still a failure. And about 1/3 of them, about 200, are really, really good. And they're the ones with the most commitment, the most open to behavior change, the most enthusiasm from the energy manager and the energy team. I'm just going to briefly mention this. This is a thing we've developed with UNIDO as well. It's about decarbonization. So if you're decarbonizing, I would start with reducing energy consumption. So energy conservation is the term that I use for operation control. This is where you're not spending money. Energy efficiency is where you are spending money. But reduced demand is the first step. Another step is thermal recovery. So reusing energy more than once, in particular with heat recovery, but also with cooling recovery, that can be done. And then we have refuel. So reduce, reuse, refuel. And refueling is about using different energy sources with lower emissions factors. But this would include biofuels, renewable electricity, and other alternative energies. Electrification is a big part of it, perhaps power purchase agreements, but reduce, reuse, refuel, and redesign throughout. There are concepts like offsetting emissions. There are concepts like guarantees of origin for electricity, and now sometimes gas also. These are just accounting. They're not really reducing emissions. So if you want to decarbonize genuinely, you will not be using these things. ISO 50001 pretty much covers the reduce and reuse. It touches, but not much, on renewables. But the new standard that we're writing at the moment, it might be called ISO 50001 Part 2. Not sure yet. But that will focus very much on the refueling side. And the two standards together would then be the basis of a decarbonization process. I'm going to skip over this one, but basically it says if you're doing a decarbonization plan, you need to measure your carbon footprint, you need to set a target, you need to identify energy reductions, you need to identify renewable options, etc. So I'm just going to mention these quickly because I have one slide in particular that I want to show you. You need strong leadership, you need people, you need to manage change, you need technology, and you need to use the data properly. Okay, all of these integrated together is really the basis of success with this. Okay, and yeah, this is the slide I wanted to show you. So this is probably the best example that I have of an organization that has implemented an energy management system and over a long time. So this company now is around about 10 years. They've been doing this since about 2012. Okay, so they started back here. They were using 5,000. This is Spanish numbers. So that's 5,000 megawatt hours per year. They were using about 5,500 megawatt hours per year in one particular building, and now they're using about 2,000. So they have reduced by 63% the absolute consumption. This is actually a company that has a lot of buildings in Madrid. It's a big property company, and they have over all of their buildings, they have reduced consumption by more than 50% absolute. And they've added more buildings. They've gone from 14 buildings to 20 buildings while reducing their energy consumption by more than half. And they have not invested any money. They have a list of opportunities. They have that eco list that I described. And in that, there are 1,100 opportunities over the 10 years. So every week, every month, they have new ideas. Some of them are tiny. They save a tiny amount of energy, but it all adds up. And this is the absolute wonderful example of what an energy management system can do. So there's no big projects here. They had spent a lot of money on projects prior to this. The one that I remember most when we met them first in 2012 was they had magnetic levitation refrigeration. So these people have lots of money. They have the best technology, and yet they have managed to save all this energy by continual improvement, by continually looking at automation, control systems, pumps, fans, boilers, chillers. Every piece of equipment is looked at every few weeks, and every few weeks there's another idea to improve. Okay, you will see sometimes there's deep drops, sometimes not so much. It's a bit steady at the moment, the last year or so, but now there's a new emphasis again, and we're still hoping to get this down further. Overall, this company has achieved about 86% decarbonization. So they're down now to the last step, which is to remove boilers from their buildings and replace them probably with heat pumps. So now they have to invest, but only for the last small piece. Okay, I think this is my last slide. And this is just to remind you of how the whole thing fits together. Okay, and this has no clause numbers. Really, everything about this is continually finding opportunities to save. And what do you need in your organization to be able to do that? Okay, so thank you very much. I could answer one or two questions if there are, but really only one or two. I have 1 minute before I have to leave. And if not, I wish you the best of luck with the rest of the event. And thanks very much for inviting me. This is my first virtual trip to Kenya. So good luck with the whole process. I know from speaking to Alex in July that that this is becoming a very important topic for you. So I'll say goodbye and thank you very much.
after lunch. You can see it's 3 minutes. You can see it's 3 minutes. At the top of the hour. Top of the hour. Top of the hour. So once we come back, and this is once we come back, fifth floor, you know. Let's just do it practically. Lunch will be served on the fifth floor. Please make sure that you get your meal voucher as you exit. Very important. So meal voucher, take the staircase. If you can't, just please make it to the fifth floor for lunch. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. 2 minutes to the top of the hour. Let's meet at the second of the hour. Let's meet 2 p.m. Asanteni sana. All the best.
check 1 2.
is elaborate as depicted on the screens. Ladies and gentlemen, this afternoon, we'll start off with the Energy Management Awards. Then we'll have a panel discussion, the state of energy management in Kenya. And finally, case study. Ladies and gentlemen, 9 minutes past the hour. So I don't know about you, but it would be interesting to get to know so far what stood out for you. When you're designing something, consider energy. When purchasing things, consider energy. Small steps every day involving everyone. What stood out for you? What stood out for you? Ah, the gentleman here, talk to us. What stood out for you? Your name and organization. What stood out for you? Go ahead.
My name is Nelson Simanto. I'm from Innovators. And what stood out for me is on auditing. First, you must understand the process before you make even the conservation measures. And on efficiency, more on the regression. You should not only use the R squared to determine the efficiency of a system.
Big round of applause to Nelson. Thank you so much. Process the requirements. Yes, sir. Talk to us. Your name and oh, both of you. Absolutely. This is really good. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Mwita Wesiko. I work at QSAM Energy Limited. Normally carry out energy audits and stuff. So my first observation goes to Mr. Eustace. He talked about maybe the insufficient energy audits that are normally carried out by energy auditors. And they are very good points. My concern is, I think we lack training. Energy auditors, they don't have adequate training, and mostly EPRA, they know what they're looking for in energy audits. I think it would be nice if they organize like training workshops or seminars or webinars so as to bring these things into attention for energy auditors. Yes, thank you.
Very critical point. When Eustace, you're still here, right? Yeah, in fact, there's a question that I'll give it to you just once we're done with the review. But thank you so much. Appreciate for that. Thanks.
Thank you so much. My name is Johnson Sanko. I'm an energy auditor, and what stood out for me is in ISO 5001, the continual improvement and understanding that in our energy efficiency strategy, we have every program laid out in every sector to ensure that we have continual improvements in our running. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you so much. Why don't you take the microphone to another person? Just look at them, especially those who are not looking at you. Let's just go around. Let's go around. Just your name, organization, what stood out for you? All right. Makofita for that. A big round of applause. Thank you so much, sir. Go ahead.
Sushene Gladys, and from Kenya Waters. So what I got from the last session was small steps every day involving everyone. And that I believe will bring a change.
Small steps every day involving everyone. Now, let's just be honest a bit. Just give me Menti a bit. Just give me Menti. Energy honesty test during lunch. Did you take the stairs? No, just be honest. Just be honest. Let's just find out. Just go to your phones. Just go to your phones. We just want to find out. Just be honest with this. Did you take the lift or did you take the stairs? And if you can't remember, it's okay. This is for everybody. Just go to menti.com. Those joining us online, don't worry. Immediately after this, we'll start off with your questions. So if you're joining us online, get ready with your phone. Get ready with your phone because we have two gifts. Week Life already got 2. We have 3 remaining. So hold on to your phones. So, but anyways, let's find out. I took the lift 33%, 29%. I took this. No, seriously, I mean, just be honest about this. When you went up to the 5th floor, did you take the lift or did you take the stairs? Not when you're coming into this venue, no. When you're going upstairs, when you're going to 5th floor for lunch, did you take the stairs or did you take the lift? Let's see. All right, I took the stairs. This is really good. We are learning simple steps every day. That's really good. So we need to cascade the same culture everywhere we go. Slowly by slowly. Bit by bit, brick by brick, drop by drop, will make a difference. Now, for those who didn't take the stairs, and so that we keep on with the same culture, why don't you just be upstanding for a moment? Just be upstanding for a moment. Just be upstanding for you didn't take the stairs, you took the stairs, it's okay. Just be up. I can't remember, my goodness. Oh dear. She was serious. Let's be upstanding. Let's be upstanding. Give me a bit of volume there. Give me a bit of volume. Let's be upstanding, please. Everyone. We just want to join so that when we leave here, it's part and parcel of who we are, that we can conserve energy. So it's a simple exercise. Just give yourself some space. Simple. All you have to do, just follow the instructions. Okay, everybody. Come on, get yourself some space and some movement.
Steps.
Come on.
To get warm, the muscles warm.
You know, it's going to be a
loosen them so they really feel good in the whole range of motion.
Come on.
Okay, now pick up those steps.
Come on, I love this. Come on. Engineer. Give yourself some groove now. Yeah. Okay. Give it some taste. Wow, let's go. Come on. That's it.
Programs all of
everybody, let's go.
Exercise.
Wow.
So it's traditional walk outside or on.
Wow. Oh, I love this. This is good. This is good.
Direction. Engage muscle from
That's it. That's it.
It's a total workout.
That's it.
Okay, so side steps, nice and easy. You got it. So walk. We go back to walking.
Knees higher.
Every time. Really give you a nice foundation, so you can just.
Hey! Whoa! That's good. Fantastic. Why don't you give yourselves a big round of applause? Well done.
We're gonna get fit.
You may kindly take your seats. Let's skip the culture. Excellent. Ladies and gentlemen, as we kick off this final installment, there was a question that Bwana Eustace that has been repeated already, but maybe you can briefly respond to. It's also one of the questions that was asked earlier on. And the question was, of course, about training, but this one was very specific, asking how long does it take to train energy management system 50,001 certification personnel. A big round of applause to Bwana Eustace once again. Go ahead.
For the training of ISO EnMS 5101 certification personnel, I think Alex can tell us that better. How long does it take? For certification, for one to be trained to be.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon. Yeah, we at NQI, we have got different trainings that are geared towards training the people so that they have that capacity to either implement or even to audit the system. We have got one training which we normally conduct for 1 day just to create awareness, the way maybe it was being done today. Then we have another training that takes 4 days. That is for the implementers. That is the one that you'll be able to go through the standard, understand the requirements for the purpose of establishing a system within your organization. And for the system to be able to work, you remember the issue of continual improvement. So you need auditors. So we normally also have another training for the system auditors. The people now will be competent to really audit the ISO 50001. So that is about, you can see now we have got implementers, we have got auditors, but what we were told before we went for lunch is that there's need to create commitment from the top, isn't it? The leadership. So we normally also have a training for for the leadership, that is for the top management, which normally takes just a day to make them aware and to commit to implement the system. Thank you very much. You're welcome to NQI, just in case you need those trainings.
I hope you are satisfied with that. That's an energy management training, which is different from training an energy auditor. So the other question was, there's a guy who asked, told EPLA to perform trainings. Specifically, the question was how long or should we continue performing the trainings? And let him ask so that I can get it clear.
Okay. The question was the gap that exists between what is required by EPRA, like how the carried out, and what is on the ground, like what the auditors know. I feel like EPRA has more knowledge on this subject, maybe more than auditors. So so I feel like maybe EPRA should be hosting webinars to maybe train or reinforce what is there in the industry, so that people can know what to look for whenever they carry out this energy audits.
Okay, that's true. For the last 2 years, we have been organizing webinars and trainings for what we expect from the energy auditors, what should be done in the energy trainings, and I think most of you have been participating on those webinars. And we have even been getting people from even outside EPLA to train. The only thing, the misconception is EPLA knows. There's nothing like EPLA knows. EPLA is made of people. It's people who know. And that is why you can find in our trainings, we have been inviting even people from who are not EPLA staff. The other point is EPLA cannot afford to be doing these trainings. We can only do them up to a certain level because our mandate is not to train. You get it? Our mandate is not to train. It's only that we come up when we see there's a serious concern. For you now to get the real knowledge, you need to invest on your training. Get those trainers like the ones we invite. If you get people who are training on certain issues, like the trainings on steam systems, pumping systems, compressed air systems, industrial systems, all those things. If you find that you have a deficiency in that, try to invest in that. Don't, this is a problem and you have to forgive me. I don't understand why Kenyan professionals, they are very, very, very reluctant to pay to be trained. And that's one of the biggest problems because the best trainers are in the private sector. You get it? Like the people who trained me, some of them are here. He trained me on energy audits. I did not expect Mangala to train me for free. So if you hear him organize a training where you have to pay, he is in the private sector, he is in business, and you want to be in business. You can only afford to do those training up to a certain level. Like this year, we have organized only three. And it's how many hours? It's only half a day. So those are only 18 hours, and those are just, for us, it's just for information. We inform you what we want. We are not training you to do the job itself. That's something you should understand. If I have to train you on what I know, I require not less than a week. You understand? So you should get that one. Now you should get yourself into investing on some training. If you hear Mangalele and another person who has experienced training somewhere, for 20,000, 50,000, 100,000, please attend.
That's thank you so much. A big round of applause to Eustace. Thank you. Thank you for responding to those questions. If you have further questions, please use Menti. But because of time, we'll go very quickly to our next session. And this is primarily for those joining us online. There was a request if we're able to go to menti.com. You're joining us online. Please, this is your opportunity because we've given already 2 gifts on standby. So we want to give another 2 gifts for you as a participant online. So please join in. If you're just joining us via the online platform, especially Zoom, kindly check out menti.com. Let's have Menti there. Next question. So please join in. You're joining us online. Online. This is purely for the online participants. So Patrick, Samuel, Vinod Patel, Vipul Amin. I can see your names here. Isabella, Lunani, Wycliffe Nyaga. Please join the conversation. This is purely for you. So we have Victor Gashusha, Situma Hoatenge, Shadrach Muloma, Patrick Murigi, Moroki Kofia, Marlin Kiptugan, Louisa Kiguta, Lisa Moridi, Kennedy Ngogi, Jeremy Omare, Hilary Chesebe. Well, okay, we moved, wanted to get as many people as possible on board, but it's okay. Let's just pick these ones. So what are the key components of an energy management system? So the answer is there: energy monitoring, metering, data analysis, reporting, energy saving. So actually all of them have gotten the answer correctly. Let's see who the winner is. Open it up, the leaderboard. Okay. Marlin Kiptugan, and I can confirm I saw your name here. So I hope you're not here, Marlin. Okay, so Marlin, a big round of applause to Marlin all the way joining us by Zoom. Well done. We'll contact you so that you get your gift. We have one final question, then another final question for everybody. But for now, one question purely for those joining us online. Let's move on to the next question. So please join in. We'll give you a bit of time here so that you come in. So here, David Manyeki, Darius, Charles Musalia, Amos Shibundu, please join in. 29 players already. Okay, so let's open it up. The question. Answer fast to get more points. What is the role of energy audits in an energy management system? So let's see that. Okay. Okay, so let's take it back. Something went wrong. Okay. Are we able to see what? Okay, maybe we'll come back to it later on. Are we good? Oh, so there is a winner already. Let's see. Who's the winner? Okay. We have the same winner. What is the role of energy audits in an energy management system? So all of them have voted. All of them have answered the question. So let's open the leaderboard. Let's see. So this is it. So this is the real one. So this is the real leaderboard. So let's see. Oh, so we have a new winner. Noel, are you there? And by the way, if you just give us a thumbs up so that we appreciate that you participated. Noel, are you there? Noel, you can raise your hand. Noel? Okay. So a big round of applause to Noel. Thank you so much for participating. Now, we have a final question will come at the very end, but right now we want to talk about something similar to what we've just done, but this is purely now awards. So let's have the main presentation now. A bit of volume, please. To talk to us about the Energy Management Awards, ladies and gentlemen.
He has more than 9 years of experience in energy efficiency, renewable energy, and sustainable manufacturing. He is a licensed energy auditor and solar photovoltaic expert and has extensive training in energy management. Please welcome Kenya Association of Manufacturers Manager, Center for Green Growth and Climate Change, and Center for Energy Efficiency and Conservation, Mr. Innocent Onserio.
A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome.
Hello, good afternoon. I know it's after lunch, but at least we did a bit of exercise, and I hope that we'll be able to follow through. I'm presenting at a time where a lot of ground has been laid on what we are discussing today about the ISO 50001. So from my side, representing the Kenya Association of Manufacturers, I am looking at the Energy Management Awards as part of the success stories of similar programs, which are instilling the practice of energy efficiency, not just in industry, but also to commercial facilities, households, and even institutions, like institutions of learning. So in the earlier presentations by Mr. David Mtiso of Ministry of Energy, he already alluded to the fact that the Center for Energy Efficiency and Conservation is a public-private partnership. Not to blow a trumpet, but is one of the best public-private partnerships. And the reason why we're saying this, we're already in discussion with a number of our neighbors. I can't mention some of them. We have had a discussion with Uganda, a discussion with Ethiopia, and also we had a discussion with Ghana on how they can do a replication of what we already have here in Kenya. So the focus for the center, we have 3 main areas of focus, and some of them is what Eustace was discussing. We have the energy audits. We have been doing audits for quite a while. In fact, in earlier years, we were doing easily 80% of the audits. But I learned that now the number of audits conducted so far, around 6,000. And the other bit that we conduct is a lot of trainings, and we also do a lot of publicity and awareness. So for publicity and awareness, we have 2 signature events. One of them is the Energy Management Awards, and then we have the Clean Energy Expo and Conference. We actually have this Clean Energy event happening next week, starting on the 26th to the 28th, with 27 being the conference day. So in terms of the achievements so far, of course, with a lot of support from the government through the Ministry of Energy and Petroleum, we will get a lot of support from us who are interested in the areas of energy efficiency, ranging from trainings to even the actual energy audits. And I'm happy to know that most of us here, either whether you're representing a manufacturer or a facility, we work very closely with a number of auditors already in the room, a lot of trainers. Some are trainers and also auditors like Engineer Mangarere. So we have been able to conduct over 1,800 energy audits, done a lot of trainings. So the 2,000 manager training, just to mention one of them. And then we also conduct water and wastewater audits. And so far we have done 31. And of course, we can push this number to match what we are to do in the energy auditing space. We already mentioned the Clean Energy Expert Conference, and we have already conducted 8 editions. So the one we have next week is the 9th edition. And for the Energy Management Awards, which is now the main subject of today, we have already conducted 19 editions. And we hope that the 20th edition, which is happening next year, will be a deal. Of course, Mr. Mtiti already mentioned that we're already working quite close to the ministry, and also there are a lot of conversation with the International Energy Agency on how to have the award ceremony as one of the key events for in that partnership with IEA. Then we also a lot of work on policy advocacy on energy, and we are part of the technical committee which formulates efficiency and conservation strategy. So the Energy Management Awards, these were launched way back in 2004. So it has been quite a number of years, and it has been unbroken all the years, including the COVID time when we thought maybe it could not happen, but we were still able to have the event. So the main reason why we have the Energy Management Awards is to recognize facilities, organizations, of course, users of energy who are doing very well on energy management, and of course, the main focus being improvement. Because in this case, you're measuring yourself against peers. If you're in the T sector, and actually the sectors, the sector, but of course, there's also the general award, and participation is actually free and open to all energy users, especially those who are saying are high consumers of energy, but it's also open to even the small and medium enterprises who are not necessarily under the designated facilities that are required to conduct energy audits. So the other bit which I need to mention, process, CAM is actually coordinating the entire energy management exercise on behalf of the energy stakeholders. Of course, as I mentioned, we have a lot of support from the Ministry of Energy and all the state agencies. And we have 3 levels. When we talk about the multi-stage process, we have a technical committee, we have a panel of judges, and we have an advisory council. And some of the audience here is either in the technical committee, panel of judges, or they also represent the organizations, the advisory council. So in terms of what we actually assess at the Energy Management Awards, the scoring criteria or the selection criteria of the eventual winner, some of the things we look at is the policy aspect. This is the energy policy at facility level. Does a company have, for example, a policy? And the reason why this is important is that the policy indicates that there's organizational buy-in, what we are referring to as top management or senior management has to buy into the idea of energy efficiency. And then we also assess whether the facilities are training their staff. And we are not talking about just the technical staff, but training across board, from the shop floor to the top management, including even the board of directors in some instances. And then we also do assessment or planning. This is, of course, in keeping with the PDC approach that we are talking about. So does the facility plan, do they have an implementation plan, an investment plan, a training plan for their staff? Then the other bit is, of course, implementation of planned activities, which is very important, because even most auditors in this room or some of the facilities, will agree that a lot of plans are in place, but of course, not all the plans are implemented, and that's why we also ask for a plan and also ask for the actual implementation. The other bit is measurement and verification of savings. We actually conducted a study in 2020, and this is one of the main gaps that we have as a country, measurement and verification. You can have the plan, do the implementation, but most of the technical managers, chief engineers, sometimes are not able to showcase They know the savings are there, but without a robust M&V framework, it may be very hard to convince top management that the money they have invested is actually yielding in terms of the energy savings and actual money in the bank. The other bit we are keen on is documentation of achievement. In fact, for the energy management awards, if there's no evidence for what you're indicating, you don't score. It's actually very objective. So that's why facilities are highly encouraged to do a lot of documentation. And I'm happy to know that some of our members and sometimes non-members already have online tools to document the energy usage either real time or at a specified frequency. Then we're also looking at innovation and best practices, and we actually have an actual category for innovation award to highlight the importance of employee-led innovations within the facility. And facilities are scored higher if the actual idea was internally generated. And then we also have industry and sector benchmarks, and that's where the aspect of sector categories comes in, like the one I mentioned of the tea sector as one of them, and the hospitality sector, among the others. And then we're also looking at the impact of energy efficiency to the actual facility. Of course, the two key numbers we're looking at is energy saving and also cost saving. And of course, while as CAM, we are not doing energy audits or energy efficiency for compliance, we have to agree that's a very important aspect. So there are some of the awards or some of the questions where we are looking at actual compliance, and that also gets to score. So while I've mentioned some of the categories, the top categories are energy efficiency, and this is actually the oldest category, way from inception. And of course, this is broken down to large consumers. We have medium consumers and also the small consumer categories. We also have renewable energy category. Of course, renewable will range from solar. Actually, most of the participants will indicate solar, but we also have some of our members or some of the industry players who will be using small hydro, biogas, or other sources. And then we have water efficiency, and in a way, the discussion around water efficiency seems to be forgotten, even as much as we know there's a very strong correlation between water use and energy use. And I want to encourage all of us, all the stakeholders, to drum up support also for water efficiency through either doing the audits themselves, assessments, and actually allocating resources and money towards also water efficiency. Because any water waste actually is energy waste mostly. And then the other category we have is the county awards. We now have the counties now have a huge mandate on energy efficiency, renewable energy, or any other energy discussions within their jurisdictions, and that's why we have that category. And we have had two. No, we have actually had one, and we intend to have it in the next edition. And then we have, for the first time this year, we had the Clean Cooking Award. Of course, there's a lot of work going around clean cooking, including e-cooking, which I think even from the side of Kenya Power, there's a lot of discussion on how we can have increased uptake, including having a special tariff for it. And then you also have banking and finance sector to highlight the importance of financing of energy projects, because after all said and done, the money will be needed to actually implement. So there are a lot of similarities between ISO 50001 and of course the Energy Management Awards, only that the Energy Management Awards are actually slightly older, because I think the first edition of the standards was 2013, if I'm not wrong. 2011. So MI is still older. So there's a lot of similarity. One of them is on both sides we are pushing for the developing of policy for efficient use of energy. I'm just quickly going through them. Then we are fixing targets and objectives to meet the policy. We are gathering data to better understand the energy usage, and then also have making decisions concerning energy use. There's also a lot of insistence of measurement of results obtained. And of course, we need to review the effectiveness of the policy and continue improvement in energy management. So in a way, even when we were discussing internally, we just need to have the energy management awards. We want to improve it to also look at the aspirations of the ISO standards. And I think that will work closely with the KEBS and of course EPRA to improve that. So the benefits to the participating organizations, I think the main one is awareness on energy management, because people first need to be aware, and people here I'm referring to the top management. We have the finance departments, procurement, technical, and including the people who are interacting with the equipment at the factory floor. And the other big area is benchmarking energy performance. So you are able to look at energy performance within the sector you operate in, or better still within the regional. If you are tea factory in Kericho, you're able to know how much energy per kilo of made tea your neighbor is using, so that you're also able to convince yourself there's a lot of improvement to be made. And then the other bit, of course, is identifying areas of improvement. So this cuts across all the technical aspects of the facility. And beyond the participation in EMMA, most of the facilities are actually able to use the tools which we give freely to monitor their energy performance month to month or quarter to quarter, not even just for the purposes of submitting for the award, but is like it's a self-check tool that they can use for free. Of course, improvement of energy use intensity. Of course, this is well aligned to the Kenya National Energy Efficiency and Conservation Strategy, whose main aspirations is reduction of energy use intensity at national level and also reduction of carbon emissions. So over the years, while not all manufacturers will participate in them, have been able to good savings so far. We have over 2,000 gigawatt hours, and this is actually reported and verified by the technical committees and the panel of judges, and also approved by the advisory council. This is from way back in 2006. This number is just representative of those who are participating. So if we take a participation of around 150 to 150 was lowest during the COVID times, but normally we get around 70 to the highest number has been around 120. So this number, when you extrapolate it, will be present quite huge savings, because not all those who implement projects actually participate in EMMA, and that's what we're also trying to push. That as many of the manufacturers and other players get to participate. And this is equivalent to 83 megawatts of delayed investment. Delayed investment, especially on generation side. And then we have over 14 billion shillings saved from those who have participated in the award. So some of our top observations from the Energy Management Awards is that most of the energy policies are approved at top level, which is a good thing, and actually that's the way it should be. And this also highlights the fact that most of the companies have already gotten that management buy-in, which is a good thing. And the other bit is that facilities that have designated energy officers are performing much better compared to their peers. But you realize in the energy management regulations, which are amended, you will not now have a designated officer, but now an actual energy manager, certified energy manager. And we hope this number will even be much, much better. The other bit, which is sometimes ignored, is the human-machine interaction, or the human element in the energy discussions. That's why we are saying that behavioral aspects are quite critical. It doesn't matter whether you get the most efficient piece of equipment or the most efficient lighting. Just if people don't understand why you are doing all those things, you still end up the same position, pretty much. And then the other bit is that measurement and verification is key. In the study I mentioned earlier, actually around 10% of our members or manufacturers actually have a robust measurement and verification framework. And of course, that number can be improved to maybe 50% or 80%, and we are possible even push for 100%. And then the other bit is, of course, without stressing that people need to be trained at all levels, so that everyone is on board. No one is left behind. Of course, challenges still exist as far as the energy management awards are concerned. One of them is data capture, either production data, energy data, whether it's compressed air, water data. Sometimes some of the facilities don't keep their data well. So we're encouraging them to have an organizational repository or have someone designated as a data officer or energy data officer to keep checking on the accuracy of the data in a way that it can also be verified by anyone who wants to look at the records. The other bit, of course, is also the data analysis. Some may have the data, but it's not analyzed. It's in raw form. So there's no information that is presented to management in terms of the direction they need to take. And of course, the other challenge, which I've mentioned, is the measurement and verification. It's still a challenge. In fact, now we need to have more trainings on this, and that's something we're working on. The other bit is technology and financial linkages, which has also been cited as one of the main reasons. Yeah, one of the challenges that are impeding the implementation of energy audit findings. And of course, the other unspoken thing is that there are many competing investment options for industry or any other person who wants to invest. You're comparing the energy audit findings or the recommendations against treasury bills, government bonds, and all these kind of things. And sometimes that can get in the way. That's why we're saying competing investment priorities, and this we need to find a solution to it. And already, I think Engineer Msonyi already alluded to the fact that if we have ESCOs, then the aspect of competing interest does not come in the way because someone else is taking the risk. So that's a brief summary of the Energy Management Awards. Of course, the work we're doing is much more. It may need half a day to actually get to discuss everything. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much indeed. There you have it. Big round of applause, please, once again. What an innocent Ontario. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we now want to get these experts to discuss this particular issue within 30 minutes. Then after the 30 minutes, you will have an opportunity to ask them questions. So for the next 30 minutes, please be ready. We're looking at the state of energy management in Kenya. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the following panelists: David Mutisia, Dr. Engineer Fenwick Musonye Ipra, Engineer Matthew Mwenga, Engineer James Panyala, Engineer Lawrence Guerrere. The moderator of this particular panel, will be Mr. Willis. Please take the stage. 30 minutes, deliberate topic, and then we will have 10 minutes to start the questions. And we also have Willis. Innocent, my apologies, Mr. Innocent. Wala Innocent, karibu sana. Makofi yake tafadhali. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is actually the moderator. I have a timer here. Please be guided 30 minutes, and then we'll have another 10 minutes for your questions. So once you're ready, the timer will be on. Go ahead.
Our audience, welcome the panel. We have already been introduced, so I will not further introduction to cut on time. Here to here to discuss some critical issues of your minds, to prepare you for the question time, and then your time will come. Question that we are going to deal with focus with, and I believe that all of you will really pay attention to this first question, because it's important of us. So I expect each panelist to just give one point, so that it goes around, if you feel the point that has been out, you'll bring it up during question time. Historically, looking down the line, almost 20 years ago, we began this journey. Some of you are here, associated with the beginning of the journey. And this is among the first publications that was there. That was almost 20 years ago. Lowering what? Lowering energy costs. Where we stand now, and where we stood 20 years ago, and you confidently say that we have lowered energy costs. What are the overarching issues? What are the key issues that you feel have made our work either slower, moderate, or fast? If you think it has been fast, what are the overarching issues in energy management and energy efficiency up to the point? After the question to the panelists, for each of you to contribute just a short time, 1 or 2 points about that issue. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, Makoa. It's unfortunate I'm starting with this. Yes, that time energy was not that high as compared to today. And I remember when I had the floor, I gave some reasons why the cost of energy is going up. But we hope that demonstrated like what has just been shared by Innocent, we can reduce the cost of energy if we do energy efficiency like we are trying to do, all of us.
Thank you very much, Willis. I have been involved in a lot of energy audits in the country. And when we talk to the facility operators, one of the challenges that keeps on popping up is the issue of financing of good energy projects. And as Innocent alluded, and also I think in the morning, my colleague, Mr. Motesia, alluded to the same thing. The development of ESCOs in the country will help to alleviate the shortage of funding, because the ESCOs will provide us with means to implement good bankable energy projects where we do not have the financial capability in-house. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Engineer Matthew Mwenga. My perspective is a bit different. I think one of the things that I've noticed in a lot of the reports about where we are today, one of the key issues that keeps coming up is the issue of the fact that a lot of the auditors that we have are general auditors. And so what is missed is a specific focus on either sectors. Somebody was talking about the tea sector or cement, but more importantly, from my background, process audits. So we focus on compressed air, and one of the things that has come up is that a lot of times some of the opportunities in specific and very specialized processes are not fully captured by a general auditor. This is not to detract from their training, but it is an area that I believe going forward should really get the same focus as we do with the general audits, going more now into processes. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew.
Okay, once again, good afternoon. Now, for me, I'll look at it administratively. The overarching issue that has been actually quite a success in the energy efficiency field is the collaboration between 3 people. The government, the energy user through KM, and the energy auditors. So this close link where you will not find these three people fighting, they're always working together to try to push one agenda, which is very difficult actually because they say people don't like government. But in our sense, the manufacturers and the government, we are always one thing, working towards that direction. And of course, there's a challenge, as Engineer Mwenga said. The more you see, the low-hanging fruits are now done because we've been there for 20 years. And we are going into complex fields where we're supposed to audit the process. So that's why we have tightened our belts, both the auditors, the manufacturers, and the government. Thank you.
My name is Engineer Lawrence Mangrere. I work for EnMS Consultants, but I'm also the head of capacity building at the Association of Energy Professionals of East Africa. I've been in this energy space for some time as a trainer and as an auditor. My observations are that over the last 20 years, the inclination by most players in the sector is that they appreciate the need to invest in measures on energy efficiency because they appreciate the potential for energy savings and the potential to improve their bottom lines. So as I pair, we have been holding webinars. For some time, we were charging for the webinars. And initially, the attendance was good. But after some time, the attendance went down. What we realized is that people, most of the stakeholders, do not want to pay for the webinars. We have also had an opportunity to have physical seminars, one-day seminars, but in partnership with other organizations. And these organizations were generous enough to finance, the whole budget, including the food, including the venue. And in those two seminars, the attendance was super. Yeah. So I am trying to throw my mind back to a statement which was made here by somebody, I don't know. He said that most of the stakeholders do not want to pay for training. Yeah. They want free training. So for us in IPEA, we are calling upon the other stakeholders, the government, other partners in development in the energy efficiency space to team up with us so that we can now provide these services for free. And when we provide for free, the energy will be, the knowledge will be available to all of us. And when the knowledge is available to all of us, we shall use it to mitigate against climate change. Thank you.
Thank you, Engineer. I think from the KM perspective on energy costs, a lot has been done over the last 20 years. I think my answer could be, it could be much worse, it could be much higher. There's a lot of room, because imagine if there were no energy efficiency initiatives, there's no regulation from EPRA, there's no push from the Ministry of Energy, there's no funding from anyone. We could be crying now, but now at least we can talk about it, because we know there's a lot that needs to be done to push the costs lower. Because the factory, at the factory side, before we engage government, before we engage Kenya Power, before we engage EPRA, we need first to push to lower our energy consumption at the factory, at the school, maybe at the office, so that you already very efficient, and then you can engage even on that basis, even arguing from the perspective of the avoided investment I was talking about, that we want a pie of these savings. And I think that's the kind of discussion we want to have. We can't work without all the stakeholders. We only move together as a unit. So yeah, there has been a lot of savings, but of course the energy costs are high. Some for obvious reasons, because like, for example, the fuel component in our energy bill keeps rising. But you see, that's not an excuse for us to just look at the energy cost. you have to adjust it over the years from say 2000 to 20, maybe even project to 2030 and see how it moves. So lastly, the other thing I could speak on is while we are talking about energy use intensity, there's also the carbon footprint, the product carbon footprint. So when you tie those two things together, we are able to encourage manufacturers to make investment in you know those opportunities which require a lot of money, and that's where the ESCOs come in. And already Dr. Msonye mentioned that most of the savings are in the low-hanging fruits, but you see most of the savings can actually be gotten from those high investment and high impact, hopefully high impact investment. Thank you.
Thank you, Innocent. So what you've heard is that it could have been worse if we didn't have energy management in this country. However, a number of panelists also have expressed a number of barriers that have happened along the way, ranging from lack of awareness to we don't see this as a sector that is value for money, so why should I even pay for trade? So we've seen lack of awareness among industrialists, among the public and everybody else. But now I don't see SAFCOM here, but they will present to us. They will be able to share with us their experience. Despite all these challenges, they have done quite some good steps in leading the way to be able to catch up with the ESG, that's environmental and social governance, and also fulfillment of the, but we remember what it is, SDG number 12, which is about sustainable consumption and production. So I don't know whether Safaricom could have a short word for us now as we wait for their presentation later on with regard to what experience they have to share with us on this journey of energy management. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Samuel Ngare, representing Safaricom. I'm here with my colleague Tararai, and I'll give you a small perspective of our journey on ISO 50001. First of all, in the process of certification, because of the buying of leadership, we've gotten commitment in terms of management support, budgetary support, including resources, the training, both in terms of ISO 50001 process implementation. And I think someone spoke about the things that are supposed to be done. That's implementers course, there's auditors course, but also the industry training, CMVP, I think someone has also spoken about them. So other than that, we've done a lot of awareness and we've been able to be facilitated in that regard. Within the organization, the employees, our suppliers and the contractors. So that has really helped us in the journey of energy management and efficiency. And at least if you look at just awareness and training, you can actually almost get 10% in terms of energy reduction without necessarily touching on any system or equipment at site. One other thing that has really helped us on certification, I know previously we used to come for the energy awards, but I think the last couple of, I think 1 or 2 years, we've not been able to do that. But probably next year, we shall be back with great achievement. But at least for us, we've been able to benchmark across, other industry in Europe, in Africa, just by the fact that we are bringing in auditors to come audit our systems, audit our facility, we are able to benefit from their knowledge in the electrical system or energy system. I think the last item that we've benefited, we've been able to see a reduction in our carbon emission by the fact that we've been able to reduce fuel usage, that's diesel, our electricity, and even in terms of sustainability of the business, I think we'll be able to facilitate and help meet some of the strategic goals that the company has put in place. Thank you.
Thank you, Samuel. Thank you so much for that oversight. We understand that each and every one of us is in a way contributing to the energy consumption at Safaricom. Yes or no? Yes, we are, every one of us. And so they're giving us a very positive feedback that despite that high demand, they are still able to lead the sector in energy management and be able to share with us some of the challenges that have gone through. We've seen training standing out, we've seen awareness standing out, and how they have been able to overcome it. Now, this comes back to the panel here, the panelists, and any one of you is free to contribute into this issue. That, of course, we've seen that challenges are there in implementing ISO 50001. Since we began in the morning, we've seen that challenges stand. What kind of mitigation and action measures should be taken by all of us here who are seated here and those outside, not with us here, in order to ensure that the Kenyan energy professionals are well equipped, well armed to overcome these challenges so that we can move forward? What kind of measures, what kind of actions should be taken? It's open to the panelists.
Thank you very much, Mr. Makoha. Okay, I first of all, I think I want to introduce myself once again. Now, as a former ISO 9001 series and ISO 14001 series external auditor, working under one of your competitors, ASCEPS. I recognize the importance of ISO 50001. And I also recognize that this is a voluntary standard. It's not mandatory like what EPRA has on facilities, that you have to conduct a mandatory energy audit once every 3 years if you are a designated facility. In this particular case, you may be a designated facility, but ISO 50001 is voluntary. It is voluntary, but it is it's profitable. If you actually implement it, you will begin to see the benefits in your bottom line. It is a system that will enable you to have a framework of managing the energy resource within your organization for purposes of efficiency in the use of those resources. So now, as I'm now going to talk as EPRA, I know I have also been working with KM for a long time as a trainer and as an auditor, but I also now wear this cap of IPEA. IPEA, the Association of Energy Professionals. In this country, we want to promote this association because the objective of the association is to basically create an enabling environment for the stakeholders to explore their potential and achieve their full potential in, exercising their competence, their competence in areas which are relevant. So for IPEA, would like that KEBS, comes up with training, and we are more interested in training that will enable us to become trainers. And the people we are going to train are those that are willing to implement the standard. Now, from my experience as ISO 14001 and 9001 series, I know that the organization that wants to do the implementation of the standard requires to be trained it requires to be assisted to come up documentation for the energy management system, and it is quite a process. NQI or KEBS itself may not have, the capacity to train all these industries. I understand there are more than 2,000. I don't know. April has the numbers. If they express interest, I am sure NQI will not have the capacity to train all of them. And that's why I'm appealing for NQI to come up with a program to train our auditors and anyone else, any other professional who is interested to become a trainer in the industry, so that we acquire the competence to do the training. And then NQI and KEBS will be in a position now to certify. Normally they come to check the organization to determine the level of preparedness to be certified, and then they can arrange now for certification and surveillance audits. The only question I had is, what is okay, I'm not supposed to ask a question. The only question I had is for like Safaricom. I imagine that Safaricom has implemented ISO 50001, and if they have, maybe they could have shed some light as to the interval between surveillance audits, and what it costs, and also for the certification audit, what it costs, the training that you received, what it costs. Because I am sure these are the questions that the stakeholders, especially the industry, will be interested in. How much will it cost me? And as auditors, when we become certified as trainers, those are some of the questions that we will require to answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Perhaps staff will come up with a presentation that will be Q&A. I believe you'll be able to elaborate on what the engineer has raised. Anybody else with something different with regard to that matter?
I will not be differing with my great friend and senior. My addition to that is that the trainers, the institutions that I am sure are here, higher institutions of learning, we have a duty to see what is lacking in this lucrative field of energy efficiency. How we have done a study and we have seen the gaps that exist. There's a lot that needs to be done in diploma, master's, degree, and the like. We need to get back there and see the gaps that are there so that we can enhance our training. And some of these issues can trickle down so that they can be covered where we generate professionals. And as government representative here, let me say this. We are very good in talking in conferences, COP this, COP that, COP that. And when you go there, you'll find Kenyans. This is my appeal. Energy efficiency. I want to see youngsters talking and talking in those international fora to show leadership. We still lead in technology. We are sending experts to Malawi, to other countries, to build capacity of their countries on geothermal generation. Experts in energy generation. I feel like urging you that we get into a position where we are exporting energy efficient experts. Energy efficiency experts outside this region and in the globe. And I pair, please. A challenge. You have a space in this region. Grab it. Some of these leadership positions are not earned easily. You grab them. I don't want to see South Africans muscling you out of this game. You are equal to the task. Together with Kenya Association of Manufacturers and with the support of the Department of Renewable Energy in the ministry, I think your space can still be felt globally. We want to export expertise. That is something we can export. What we are doing with Safaricom, M-Pesa, let's move. The space is here. And as I hold this mic and give out, you experts,
The other field that now we need to expand is not going up big industry, but the SMEs. This is the other thing that we need to think about seriously and think about productive use of renewable energy in a smaller sense, but infusing energy efficiency in it. Productive use of renewable energy so that we can generate wealth. Most of the connections that we have are just there to satisfy our political agenda. Just the lights. But what else next after that? We need to generate wealth from that energy that we give you.
Thank you, thank you. The chase for our time. Let's give him a clap. The chase of our time, we are working out to conclude on this discussion with regard to training, the certification process, like the Kenyan industry. Are they conversant? You say maybe in this question time we'll get some feedback from NQI and the rest of the trainers. Are the Kenyan industry, those in the Kenyan industry conversant with this standard ISO 50001? And are they conversant with the certification process? What I know here with Alex is that this standard just came out to be published in 2018. And just a couple of years after that, COVID came in and it slowed down everything. And now we're just waking up again. So I believe the question of awareness, of training with regard to the certification process is something that you need to pick up in the question time. And we discuss and understand each other. We just have 3 minutes to go. In these 3 minutes, I'd like the panelists, maybe one or two, to just share with us with regard to any training and upscaling opportunities that are available. The Kenyan industry represented here can take advantage of for successful ISO 50001 implementation. I know the ball has been thrown to a pair, but there are other opportunities. There's also NQI, but are there other opportunities? As you ponder over that, I'd like you also to respond to this question, especially CAM. If you can combine, that will be good enough. How does the future for ISO 50001 look like for the energy management sector in this country? Now that we have globally this trend of moving towards renewables and energy efficiency and sustainable development, what future does Kenya hold with working out along this path? Let's combine those two questions, and once done, we'll be over. Who wants to give it a go?
Well, I will start with the last on what the future holds. And this is a conversation we keep having every day at the Kenya Association of Manufacturers. And the answer is that the future is green. What we're working on is green manufacturing strategies, green manufacturing indicators. And the reason why there's a lot of conversation around green growth, around climate change. But now we need to tie all these initiatives, funnel them into one, at the same time push for business. Because we are trying to look at internationalizing our services, our products. So it means you have to also look at the international conversations about the consumer. You have to respond to the market, whether it's a corporate consumer, whether it's a wholesale buyer, or the person who buys from the supermarket. And that's what we are working towards. And I can confirm that most of our programs are not actually pushed by regulation, but is out of self-compliance. So that for us is just assisted compliance, where now there's an actual regulatory requirement. So the other bit is on the trainings. Beyond the energy trainings, we realize there's a lot of conversation around carbon footprint, and we already conducting trainings around it, carbon footprint assessment trainings, including even actually doing the actual assessment themselves, and we have done over 10 so far. So I think it's just having a holistic approach to sustainable manufacturing from an industry perspective. Not in
Innocent, our time is up. Call upon the panelists, any hot point that you feel you need to bring up before we are completely already closed out. But if there's a hot point to bring up, please, you have some time.
This one is hot because I'm encouraging you to become members of IPEA. Thank you.
I think I'll give one. We say collaboration is the new competition. So please, all energy auditors, we've had a problem because of specialization. Let's team up and work together to improve one another. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Anybody else with a parting shot? Yes.
Yeah, I think my parting shot is that Kenya has made a lot of progress in terms of capacity building. And as Mr. Matuska said, we have some of the best experts in this country. And the unfortunate thing is that we are donating this expertise unknowingly to the region because our market does not seem to favor some of their engagement locally. So I would want to urge us to step out, go out into the region and bring in foreign currency in terms of giving this service to our neighbors. I have had the opportunity of working around in the region, and I can tell you, Kenya is leading in very many areas. For example, in the entire sub-Saharan Africa, there are only 5 approved CMVP trainers. 2 of them are in South Africa, and would you imagine 3 of them are Kenyans? Thank you very much.
So my parting shot is to the manufacturers, the people who we look to save energy for. And I think the key thing, and it was mentioned by our ISO trainer today, is to look beyond, this thing as some sort of cost, but to incorporate energy efficiency into things like the things that you're doing. He mentioned, and it's true, which we found, you find that new equipment is inefficient, which is not the case. Another thing is to reach efficient procurement, because a lot of times what we find is the overriding criteria is almost always, best, but the lowest cost ends up being the highest. So that's my challenge to you.
Thank you. I know there are many questions. So the panelists have done their job. There are many questions, many comments. I hand over to our main moderator to see how to take us through all this. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. We'll take very quick questions. Let's start with Menti. Menti, we have questions via Menti. Let's take a look at them. We have a question. First question. What incentives is the government offering for energy conservation investments? So that's the first question there. Another question to Dr. Musonye. Does the government or IPRA have a standard regulation for energy auditing costs, say, depending on the facility's energy consumption? I hope that question is clear. And I'd kindly request the panelists, because of time, just pick one question, and then as you give your response, you also give your closing remarks because of time. 2 minutes for each. We have another one here. Research and academia have case studies which call for implementation, testing, and practices. What collaboration in projects, competence, and implementation can build partnership in real-time exposure? All right. So that's basically it. And this is more of a comment. I believe to close the gap so as to improve and achieve energy reduction is create awareness to top management, to be the key drivers. Commitment is still not adequate. Any questions from the floor before we close? All right. One question there. Keep it within 1 minute. The panelists, please prepare 2 minutes each.
Yeah, thank you very much. and all other participants and the chief moderator. My name is Odhiambo Dawa. I teach at Technical University of Kenya. I'm a former student of Kenya Polytechnic, which was converted to Technical University of Kenya. And I'm very impressed with Mr. Magerer, Engineer Magerer, who was my mentor, and he has trained me as an energy auditor and any auditing. Now, there's a big gap we have left in this discussion. I thought we are talking. One, having taught engineering for almost over 25 years, and in Technical University and other institutions, even in what I taught there, the number of females in a class usually is 5 maximum in a classroom where there are 20 or 35. Usually 5, 3, and that's a big gap. And since independence, just to cover up that, how many female auditors are here or who have done engineering? Probably there are 1 or 2 I've counted already in this forum. There's a big gap. Mr. Musonye, you're laughing. And you're in EPRA. Then another gap. I'm a board member of Kenya Renewable Energy Technology Association. We are based at South University Energy Research Center. We have been there for 20 years. Now, to fill that gap and any other which you have left out, we want to introduce renewable energy clubs in all high schools. I've already started, I was in Menengai High School, Nakuru. I've already talked to the principal. We are in our 3rd year. Renewable energy clubs in high school. I know all of you are in high school. There's Christian Union. There is Wildlife. Which other one? Where are you? There's all those useless unions. Now we want renewable energy clubs in all high schools. And I've already started, and you are late. And we don't want that gap to continue for 60 years of independence. Can you support us? Mr. Magerer, IPEA, I'm a founder member of IPEA. We want to move that task. Everybody, and EPRA, Musonye, don't laugh again, please. And my friend is laughing here, Alex. We want call CAPES to introduce renewable energy, help us introduce renewable energy clubs in all 5,000 secondary schools, including primary school. Thank you very much. I'm sorry if I'm offended you, forgive me. Ole.
Because of time, we'll now move straight to the answers. 2 minutes, I'll have a timer here just to guide you. So, with your permission, 2 minutes for each part.
Welcome. I pass it over to Dr. Musonye for the past 2 questions.
Thank you. I'll start by answering the second question. If a government has a standard on auditing, no, what we have are engineering principles which are known to everyone. So the government can't have a standard telling you energy performance of a pump is a function of pressure and flow rate. No, that's universal knowledge. And how do we ensure that? We will give you a written interview, which if you cannot tell us energy in pumping is a function of pressure and flow rate, you will fail the interview. So that's why we can't. If we give you the license, we know that now you are able to understand loading factors, efficiency, and all those kind of things. That's for the first question. So we don't have a specific standard, but we have a way of we can guide you that for an audit you need to cover the following things. But we are not prescriptive. So it's upon you, but then it has to make engineering sense. If it doesn't make engineering sense, then that's why you say the audit has a problem. Number 2, what incentives do we have for energy conservation measures? I always get these questions. Energy conservation has inherent incentives by itself. So that's what Innocent said here. If you do energy conservation, you are going to get results that are going, we call it negawatt. You're not going to consume energy, and that's it. So that's an incentive in itself. Of course, if there's any incentive you are giving is negative, if you don't do the audit, we're going to punish you. We will fine you 1 million shillings. But we don't do that, of course. We always try to talk with the facilities to comply. Thank you, Aslava. 20 seconds. I think I donate them to someone else.
You will go for the next question.
Thank you, Dr. for the donation. I hope I use it. I think I'll answer the question on collaboration with the academia, industry, academia collaboration. And this has been cited as one of the key gaps, because there's a lot of research in our universities. We have a lot of research institutions. There's Kirby, there's the likes of KIPI, there are even research funds and all this. And this from the researchers themselves. We have students, we have lecturers, everyone is trying to research on something. So I think the only thing I can say, if you have something interesting around energy, renewable energy, energy efficiency, it could be on publicity and awareness, it could be on training, it could be on energy auditing. And I've already laid out the challenges we have, and we have mentioned them as data capture, analysis, measurement and verifications. So we have many problems, and of course we're looking for solutions. And I've even gone ahead to give some of the proposed solutions to the problems. So you can share your proposals to us directly. I think I can safely give the contact. You can write somewhere, cweec@km.co.ke. You will share that proposal, we look at it. You can also reach us directly, then we can discuss. Those are the kind of collaborations we want, because we believe we're going to the data economy where everything will be driven by data, which means research has to be caught to it. Thank you so much. And I see I'm donating half a minute to someone else.
On the cost of energy audits, I thought you know they will charge it. It's gonna talk about the cost of energy audits.
I pair. We recognize that the charges for energy audits are varied. For we have looked at quotations for some of the facilities, and the range between the lowest and the highest is huge. But what I would like to mention here is that the auditors need to look at what it takes to identify opportunities for energy efficiency through proper means, the use of instruments, what it takes to interpret those measurements, and what it takes to do a financial analysis and a justification for implementation. Now, the value you get from an energy audit depends on the energy auditor. So if you pick on an energy auditor who is cheap but not experienced, you will get very little in terms of value. You get an experienced auditor, you will get more value. So the choice is yours as a stakeholder. But we would like to encourage that before you pick on an energy auditor, look at the experience, look at the potential gain, and not necessarily the charges. Thank you.
Thank you, Lawrence. Any question we've left out? Yes. Welcome, Dave.
I have a parting shot, and as I do that, I will announce that Kenya is now an associate member of the International Energy Agency. We need to take advantage of that position. This is an organization that knows nothing else other than data, information, and knowledge management. So please let's get in that space and give out information and share information and benefit from what this association can offer. And I earlier on said we are holding the Global Energy Efficiency Conference, the first one ever in Africa, next year in June. And this is going to be a very big impression for the country. It's going to open up investments in this country like we have never seen before in renewable energy and energy efficiency. So that is one of the partnerships that the government is trying to build so that we can all benefit from it. Then the last thing is when you are doing this business of emission reduction, then there must be a way out, and that is approaching it in terms of getting money. The carbon markets, I don't know what that is. So you need really, as energy efficiency experts, you need to express what you are doing and benefit in those carbon markets that are there outside. And to try that, the KSAT calculator that I mentioned, 2050, done with the collaboration with the University of somewhere in Europe and support from UK and Strathmore University. Let's make use of that and build on it to catch what we need to do so that we can approach that carbon market space. I hope that is a parting shot that the young engineers can go with in that market.
Well, since I've been well exhausted, and just before hand over to the main moderator, we need to know, I and Alex here and Cap, so we've been really struggling with this standard to create enough awareness, and I believe this is one of the key forums to create this awareness so that you as auditors, as you go out, you not only audit, but let your client also know the importance of energy management. Auditing is not enough. We've been given a brief of what monitoring and targeting is all about and how important it is. So be part of our media, and I believe this is also going on social media, so that this problem of awareness is actually cleared with once and for all in this country, and everybody embraces and loves the energy management systems 50,001. Thank you.
Thank you so much. A big round of applause to the panelists and the moderator, Asanteni Sana. Because of time, we'll stop there. And I kindly request the panelists, you can kindly take your seats. Bit of volume, a bit. It's our final presentation, ladies and gentlemen. It's for Kenya and it's for Africa. And in Africa, there's one thing we love to do. So let us be upstanding for a moment. Let's just be upstanding for a moment. We want to celebrate one company that has done us proud over the years. But just so that we are warmed up, we walked. We walk. That's it. That's it. Give yourselves a big round of applause. You made it. Thank you so much. Well done. Well done. Ladies and gentlemen, up next, we are ready. Up next, we are ready. Up next, we are ready to listen. This is a case study, ladies and gentlemen. Please welcome.
He is a certified ISO 50001 lead auditor and lead implementer. He has served as professional engineering technologist at the Kenya Engineering Technology Registration Board and program manager ISO 50001 2018 at Safaricom. Please welcome Safaricom Manager Energy Planning and Design Technology Division, Samuel Ngari.
A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome.
Hope I'm allowed to bring my glass of water here. Before I say anything, my name is just like the intro. I have my senior here. Caroline, would you like to say a word or two? You know, it's good to know before I go back and find my card. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everybody. Caroline Lushir is my name. I work with some colleagues, and it's one of our very important standard that we've implemented. That is the energy management system. And we've been on this journey for some time, I think about years going. And today is going to be able to share whatever it is that we've done, the challenges, and how it is benefiting us. All hands of Sam is program manager. As you know, we implemented 8 programs, and among the 8 that we've also implemented. Karibuni sana, and thank you.
Thanks, Caroline. I think she's made that organization we've implemented about. She is the manager for all of them, and I think one of the presenter here, I think Ms. Ariam, talked about the aspect of integration. Once you integrate your system with other business processes, I think it will be much easier. I'll just give a brief background of the environment that we are operating in. We have close to 6,300 base stations, host both 2G, 3G, and 4G. Thank you. Over the last 1 year, we've also added about 400 5G network. These are huge power consumption devices. Across the network, we have 19 facilities, what we call data centers. Some are small, some are huge. All the way starting from Mombasa, all the way to Eldoret and Kisumu, operating at different environmental conditions. In terms of our energy demand, annually, currently we are doing about 230, going to 250 gigawatt hours, growing annually at 6%. And for us, ISO 50001 could not have come at a better time. In terms of fuel demand, we all know our energy, the risk in our energy in terms of transmission and distribution. I believe generation is quite in order, but I think where we have a challenge is transmission and distribution. So we are incurring about 8.8 million liters annually, and continues to grow in terms of fuel utilization. And because of the first two, our carbon emission in year 2022 was about going to 60 tons of carbon emission, 60,000, tons of carbon emission. Over the last 1 year, we've deployed close to 1,500 solar systems across the country. We've also planted 1.3 million trees in terms of for us to be able to net off the emissions that we are emitting. And because we have, later on in another slide, you'll be able to see we have a target for zero, net zero aspiration. In terms of our supply, 88% of that comes from Kenya Power. We have 9% from diesel and only 3% from solar. But we know in the near future, 1 or 2 years to come, we intend to grow the green solar technology or solution within our sites to close to 10 or 15, going to 20%. So in terms of energy efficiency programs, within the data centers, we were looking at cooling efficiency. That's why we have huge cooling demand because of the servers that we are hosting, both internal servers, and we also host other organizations, the governments. We collocate and on their behalf, we provide power. We're also looking at installing high efficiency power equipment and optimization of the road. And I think this is where we have a lot of challenges, because it's not very easy for you to go to the management. You know, your equipment have been operating 5, 10 years, it's working well, and you are there telling them you need to take it out because you need to, you know, modernize with high efficiency. So what we're trying to do currently is retrofit, optimize the road so that at least we can see the equipment to the end of life, for us to be able, you know, maybe in another 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 years to replace with a more efficient equipment. But I think there was a note, I think, mentioned by one of the speakers that it's possible for you to buy equipment that is actually not efficient. So it's good to take precaution when you're buying from your procurement or supply chain department. Inculcate those measures that will make sure that we buy equipment that is more efficient. They might not be cheap, but if you look at the TCO, maybe 4 or 5 or 10 years, is actually more cheaper to run the equipment than the original cheaper and inefficient equipment. So and we're also looking at monitoring, and this is one of the biggest challenge that we have, and I believe across other organizations, monitoring of energy consumption, because I believe most of these equipment were installed without the monitoring in it. So you're coming back to retrofit subsystem to make sure that you're monitoring energy consumption, and it's not very easy. So we have aspiration for net zero by year 2050. I think we have a more elaborate assessment for year 2030. I think so. By year 2030, I'm not sure it's a set target, but our official is 2050. But we have a set target for year 2030. We're also looking at reducing the emission by 20%. We need to make sure we either procure or generate 50% of our energy needs from green solution. And this is why I was saying from the 1,500 sites, we are going to scale much faster. And I think the challenge there, and probably if maybe because you're representative of the government today, the challenge that we have is actually the cost of the solar system. If there's a way we can zero rate tax, or I don't know, maybe have local production, because I think where we're having and maybe importing from China and the rest of the company, the cost is really high, especially the cost of storage. I think that's why we probably need more research. We also looking at growing additional trees just to offset our carbon emission. In terms of regulatory and standard compliance, what you note in the process of coming up with the standard, it's actually giving you more push to compliance to the RIGO framework. Here we are looking at the Energy Act and the other related regulation, the regulation of 2012. But we're also looking at implementation and management sustainability of the ISO 50001, that is 2018. So the key challenges that we were looking at when we were looking at implementation, I think that was year 2020, 2019. Was the rise of cost of power, fluctuations in the cost of diesel. We were looking at the power outages, and I think the last 6 months or so we've had 3 or 4 of them since November. So it's a new risk for us. We also have a challenge of getting budget, because once, if you don't have a buy-in from the management, either through commitment to the energy policy, then it will be a very big challenge for you to be able or to negotiate for a budget for energy conservation. So we're also looking at a structured communication, which then leads to awareness across the organization and understanding. And I think I mentioned when I was responding to a question that you can actually get almost 10% your savings from just awareness, change of attitude, change of behavior, and the likes. So when we were looking at implementation, we had our need, which was to have a measure of control and monitoring framework, and documented, because at least we know the ISO process is heavy on documentation. You have to retain your document, meaning you document. You have a process of documentation of your records and your performance. In terms of responsibility, we looked at reduction of energy, mechanism for compliance, and I think that's a big one, because even when the auditors come to do the ISO audits, they actually look at how have you complied to the legal requirement, which is we are talking about the energy audit every 3 years, and after the audit, I think there's also the measurement and verification of whatever proposals that you had. You have to file them back, and then they have to be approved by EPRA. So they actually heavy on that, and they help you to confirm that you've actually complied to the legal framework. We're also looking at reduced greenhouse emissions. We are looking at managing our energy risk, and I mentioned, I think, the last 6 months we've already had almost, I think there are 3 or 4 national outages, which lasted over 8 hours. So we cannot take energy risk for granted. And then most of all, to benchmark. It's a process that you can help you benchmark, because as you initiate the process of standardization, you are going to do your research, you are going to do your benchmarking. In the process of implementation, you're going to do your gap analysis. Ideally, you do it internally and externally, meaning you're going to get people to come and look at your system and processes as well as equipment. And even in the process of certification, you're also going to benchmark, because most of these people come from outside the organization, maybe outside the country. For us, I think it was the biggest challenge, because we didn't have anyone in Kenya or in Africa who was certified for energy management system. We had probably trainers, auditors, but not organizations that have done that. So we probably had to go outside in Europe and do our benchmarking. In terms of framework, high-level requirements framework, I'm just giving high-level view of what you should be looking at when you're going for your implementation phase. You're going to review your policies, develop a framework. You're going to fix energy efficiency targets and objectives. You're going to use the data that you have, and at least have in mind that how are you going to monitor, measure this energy consumption. Use the data and make the necessary decisions. Measure the efficiency, energy improvements, and I think this is just complementary to what EPRA and the energy audits stipulates in the Energy Act. And then obviously there's a continual improvement management. I think this has been spoken about previously by the other presenters. This is a continuation of what I've mentioned in the previous page. What you look at is, you are looking at the suitability of your current energy policy if you have it, and if you look at the Energy Act and you look at the ISO 50001 standard, they're actually talking about the policy, but each of them has an additional of, more of complement and adding to each other. So you need to make sure that you're actually implementing your drafting your policy that meets both the standards and the Energy Act. In terms of training, and this is where I think we got the biggest benefit, because before you start a process, before you start a framework, the organization is not going to focus on maybe the things that you're doing. But we found that the time we started doing the implementation or thought about implementation, then we came and did a gap analysis and, had understanding what is the gap in terms of training. Then you're able to identify in terms of industry training, what are the gaps? Maybe CEM, CMVP, and all the other trainings. In terms of the actual ISO 50001 implementation training, what are the requirements? We talked about implementer scores, we talked about energy auditor course and all that. So in terms of compliance, you also look at your current and future voluntary compliance targets. And here we talked about Energy Act. We're also looking at your SGDs and all the other voluntary compliance obligation. So we're also looking at obviously once you do you implement your standard, you're going to have energy reduction. Obviously, there's corporate image improvement. Your credibility to your customers and clients goes up, because obviously what you're telling them is you're giving them product or service, but then in the process of doing that, you're more efficient, you're using less energy, therefore you are responsible for the environment that you are operating in. So you're also looking at, the efficient and effective energy utilization and management, awareness among the staff. You look at improved documented process, and I think these are a huge heavy area, and I think we got a lot of support from Karen and team. In terms of, we've talking about energy risk, managing your energy risk. I think this has been spoken about, and it's an approach that the standard uses, where you do plan, do, check, and act. I'll not go into details, but basically what they're saying is it's a full cycle. You plan, you do, you check, and you continually improve, going back to planning again. So it's a full cycle that you need to go through for you. I mean, when you're doing the implementation cycle. So in terms of how we did or we went about it, we started with carrying out an assessment situation, which we call the gap analysis. We did benchmarking, we went through budget requisition, we went through awareness and training. Second phase, we went through, now the documentation process and procedures. We looked at the standard clause by clause, looking at the areas that we had gaps and we needed to close the gaps. We also had an opportunity now to integrate to the existing ISO standard. So I think most of the organizations within Kenya, they certified on EnMS, which is ISO 9001. So it will be important for you to integrate to any other existing ISO standard or even business process, if you try to do the implementation out of the usual or the normal business environment, you are going to face a lot of challenges with management as well as the employees. So it's important for you to integrate to any other existing process within the organization. And I think someone was asking, I think it was Engineer Margaret, you asking about audit. So in the process of certification, you're going to train your internal audit, and that's a requirement that you have internal auditors. Normally within our organization, we've documented that we are going to be doing 2 internal audits per year. And then there's one surveillance audit that is externally done by our partners every year. And then after 3 years, obviously there's a recertification program. And I think Caroline, sorry, will give an indication of how much that would cost, because I know there's a cost to it. So lastly, once you've done the implementation, you've done your internal audit, obviously you're going to come up with your non-conformity, which you need to close. You need to do your management review. There's a whole clause stipulating how your management review needs to be documented and carried out. And then finally, you go for your final stage certification. And I think the gentleman who spoke online, I think Riam, spoke about this. There are 8 areas, yes. Starting from context of organization, you need to identify your external and internal issues. You need to define your scope. Scope here is what are the areas. Right now, for example, for us, though I'm mentioning we have 6,300 sites, we've only certified the 19 facility. And the reason for that is we needed to learn from the few facility as we go further to the other smaller station. So you need to define your scope in terms of your internal and internal and external issues. Having identified your stakeholders, you need to know what is their needs and expectation, and then implement your ENMS. And I think one of the things that maybe one of the mistakes that we make is we assume we know what our stakeholders, what their needs and the expectation are. So it is important that you go through the process of knowing their needs. So obviously, in terms of leadership, you're going to have your commitment and policies, define your roles and responsibility authority. In terms of planning, you're going to set your objectives, targets, method of data collection, opportunities. You're going to do your baseline, regression, review, and performance indicators. Support, we talked about competence, awareness, communication, and documented information. We also you look at the operation controls that are going to be in place. You need to design with energy efficiency in mind, procure with energy efficiency in mind. And lastly, but not least, you need to know how you're going to do your monitoring, how you're going to do your measurement and analysis. There's one thing that I've come to know: whatever you can't monitor, whatever you don't measure, then you don't have control over it. So before you start your implementation, means you need to know how you're going to do your monitoring, your measurements and analysis. And lastly, the cycle of continuous improvement in non-conformity, energy efficiency, and in the system. So in terms of performance, I know I've left out some numbers or some figures here because of the issues of data privacy and some information that is sedated. But in terms of global performance, you can see the energy utilization was going down. But if you look at the areas that we started doing the scope, it actually started coming down. Then you look at our carbon emission, which is directly related to our energy utilization is has drastically come down, and this is because of the initiatives that we've done in terms of green solution, in terms of efficiency programs. In terms of risk, we have changing technology demand. I've already mentioned that currently the world and the telecommunication IT industry is moving towards 5G. We are experiencing what we call high scalers in terms of energy consumption. Therefore, we can't afford to sit back and use energy in a case of no-do scenario. We're also looking at a risk of energy, network upgrades, leading to a higher consumption. And you can see all these achievements have actually been achieved with all the risks that the two risks that I've mentioned there. So in terms of opportunities, as we look at cooling space optimization, we look at rack recovery, modernization of all the efficient equipment. We are also going huge on digitalization and automation. And lastly, we're also looking at policy enhancement and gate process adherence. I think we also have one last slide here talking about the risk. When we began, we looked at, we had inadequate resources for certification process. There was a financial costing and availability and timeliness inaccuracy data. And I think this was a huge risk for us 3 years ago. I'm glad we've automated, we've digitalized, and we're improving step by step, year on year. So I think for me, that's it. Unless there's any question.
All right, there's a question, far end, microphone, please. And via Menti, there's another question here. How much did this entire process cost?
In terms of cost, I think I was come closer to Caroline.
Okay. For the costing, it's a bit interesting because we actually used a lot of international skills. So definitely there was a lot of other costs that will relate to that. But how they arrived at whatever we paid for the period is they were looking at the scope. Because remember, before you decide on what you need to certify, you can hear we did our data centers just about, and MSRs about 19, but we have a number. So your scope will determine how much you're going to pay. We also look at other aspects like now when you have to do the surveillance audits, there's the man hour, which of course, again, falls back onto the scope, because that is what will determine how many people are coming to do the audit for how long. That again is going to determine how much you're going to pay. And then looking at the various locations of our facility, we don't have them all within one area, within Nairobi. So we do a lot of travel across the country. So again, that plays in your cost. And eventually, when you look at the bit of then the accommodation, because again, as I've said, we got a lot from external outside the country. So there's accommodation, there's flight. So if you put all that together, that brings a cost to some amount that maybe is slightly high. So I would more of push back to KEBS, because we have now the local amounts that they charge, again, depending on the man hour and depending on the scope. That's the way I would answer that. Thank you.
Thanks, Caroline. I think you had, for us, it was an issue of scattered facilities. So we had to start small and grow. But I think also because we didn't have any organization within Kenya and probably Africa that were doing similar work, so we had to go international. Maybe our costs were a bit higher, but I'm glad that KEBS have come in. I don't know how many trainers now are certified as ISO 50001 trainers, and probably even institutions that can do certification.
Okay, thank you very much. It is very true that one of the things that we are doing currently is building capacity in terms of getting trainers. And the trainers can come from KEBS itself. We can also get trainers from outside KEBS. So one of the reasons why we decided to host this workshop was a way of creating awareness. And the moment there is appetite outside there, then KEBS will be ready now to roll out, make sure that we have enough trainers. But it's not only about trainers, because you've heard about Safaricom. They have been certified by an external body. And yet, in Kenya today, we have got a very competent certification body, which is accredited by RVA. So one of the things that we are now saying, in order for them to cut down their costs, they don't have to go outside there for certification. They don't have to go there outside there for training. They should be coming now to KEBS so that we work together and ensure that instead of exporting all the dollars to the other side, we save it actually in this country. So let's hope, Carol, you'll take that seriously, and you can join us in building capacity within, because that is good for this country. Thank you very much.
Yes, Engineer Margaret. Just before you speak, I'm here because of you. I've attended several of your training, so
What I wanted
I
to
really
say-
appreciate you.
Yeah, thank you very much for appreciating me. I have rendered my service in that regard. I want to appreciate what the gentleman from NQI has said, but I am inclined to think that it's good if you would give us guidelines in terms of what the charges are per man hour, per man day, the estimated cost for surveillance audit, the estimated cost for certification audit, and also for preparing the implementer to receive certification. Thank you.
Okay, that one is okay. You can actually get that information even from our website. You can go to the link and you'll be able to get that. Because what we're just saying is that we are not very expensive. What we normally do is that it is true we charge per auditor day. And it is normally around 50,000 per auditor day. And you remember, we use mandatory documents to determine the number of Mondays that will be in an organization. That is for the purpose of carrying out audits. So that information is there. We are very, very transparent. If you need that information, we can still discuss. One of the other things that we normally do when we are sending out quotations is even we show how we've calculated, how we've arrived at the man hours, so that at the end of the day, you'll be able to be satisfied. And if you have got issues, you can engage the people from certification body so that they clarify. So I can tell you, I know sometimes back it was around 50,000 per day, per auditor. But of course, maybe people from certification will be able to tell you more. Thank you. No, it's not for us. It's not for us.
Any other questions or feedback?
That's just about it.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. A big round of applause to Brother Samuel. Thank you so much. Excellent. Thank you so much. We're wrapping up. We're wrapping up. We're wrapping up. And we want to wrap up in a big way. As we prepare for the vote of thanks, we have one final question. One final question. Let's have Menti. Just everybody on your phones. We have the gifts here ready. It's closing time. It's closing time, ladies and gentlemen. It's closing time. Thank you so much for your time. It's 20 minutes past 4 p.m. So this is both for those who are here and for those joining us online. So very quickly, we'll go through. Let's have Menti there. We have one final question. One final question. One final question. One final question. Thank you so much. One final question. In the meantime, we already have the winner, so just prepare yourselves. And immediately after the vote of thanks, we'll have the winners come to the front, and we'll take this memorable photo so that we say, yes. We're going to have it on the screen, menti.com. We can just have the whole of it. It's okay. We can start it. We can start it. Just open it up. So go to menti.com, menti.com. The code is 4772. That's 4772. Then 4799. 4772, 4799, 21 minutes past 4. So don't you worry, everything is on your phone. I just want to take us through some of the questions that we had at first. You remember this first question that we had, what date is it today? And we had the winner there, Wycliffe. Excellent. So immediately after the vote of thanks, we'll be set to give you your gift. The second question, what is an energy management system? And we also had the winner as Wycliffe again. Deserves a big round of applause even at this particular time. Well done. Then, of course, we moved on and we had another question. And the question was, what are the key components of an energy management system? And this time round, we had a participant joining us online, and that was Marlene Kiptugan. Marlene Kiptugan. And another question from the virtual platform. What is the role of energy audits in an energy management system? And this was the winner. Aha. So the winner was no. Now Noel tells me he's here. Okay. So do we have Willis here as well? Willis is here. Okay. Charles is here. Aya. Opio is here. Opio is here. Okay. Wow. King is here. Is King here? Shadrach Muloma. If you are there, Shadrach Muloma, King, Amos Shihundu, Frosty. Okay. So if you're one of those, we have the record. So please reach out so that we can give you your gift. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready. We're ready with the final question. Please get your phones, and boom, we've unleashed it. This is for both those joining us here physically and those joining us online. So, okay. Let's sort out that. Let's sort out that. Are we ready? Fantastic. It's the final question, ladies and gentlemen. 19 players ready. Get ready. We're closing. We're closing. We're closing, ladies and gentlemen. Only one question. Get yourself a gift. Memorable gift. 25. Let's get to 30. Menti.com. 4772. 4799. 29 players. One more. Ready to close. 30. Excellent. Let's now unleash the question. Answer fast to get more points, ladies and gentlemen. Simple question. Get yourself. Describe the EnMS cycle. Do, plan, improve, commit. Commit, do, plan, improve. Commit, plan, do, improve. Commit, drive. Pay, play, improvise. We're done, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies, where we? Now, who says commit, try but play, improvise. Nah, we have a problem here. But anyways, ladies and gentlemen, commit, do, plan, improve. Unleash the winner, ladies and gentlemen. The final winner. The last question, ladies and gentlemen. And the winner is Willis. Wow. Big round. Where's Willis? Where's Willis? Oh, Willis. A big round of applause to Willis. Well done. So immediately after the vote of thanks, please come forward and you will get your award. Now, ladies and gentlemen, as I close, oh, just before the vote of thanks. So please come over. A big round of applause to them. Please come over. Please come over. We have your gifts ready. So we'll start with Willis. Let's start with Willis. A big round of applause to Willis. And Mr. Hendrik, if you don't mind, please come and join the photo. And also, Bwana Maru, please come as well. This is a glorious moment. We can actually stand at the front. You have a nice banner here, just at the front there, so that we can capture the moment best way possible. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause to Willis. First award. Well done. Excellent, 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 excellent. Well done. Okay. Makofi tafadhali. Thank you so much. Excellent. Well done, well done, well done, well done. Asante sana. Well done. Okay, and up next, the one and only who made it possible 2 times, Mr. Wick Live. Njoo tafadhali, well done. Kiptugen in absentia, we celebrate you. Asante, makofi tafadhali, well done. Thank you so much. Asante sana. After this, you may kindly take your seats. Thank you so much. The other 2, please come forward. Please come forward as well. Makofi yake tafadhali, you also won. Well done. Asante. Makofi yake tafadhali. Well done. Well done. Thank you so much. The other 2 joining us online, keep in touch. Get in touch. Thank you so much, Mr. Hendrik. Mr. Maru, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, it was an honor serving you as the moderator. As I make my final remarks, I'm just reading The Guardian here, The Guardian, and I'm looking at this particular story, Rebuilding the World After the Second World War. And it was written by Margaret Macmillan. And this is how she states it. As many as 60 million dead, great cities reduced to rubble, families torn apart. The Second World War caused unprecedented hardship, but it also accelerated change. And I'm only reminded of the story of this great country. If we can have Menti there, let's have the presentation. So this is after the World War. All the buildings you can imagine, total destruction. But step by step, little by little, this one country, and I'm glad that we have a representative here. One by one, the Germans came together and started to build their country. The women, the streets, working to build their country. I can only imagine. We're talking about energy conservation. This has to be a philosophy even to the very last person at the grassroots level. And that's how we'll make the difference. Look at Germany now. I'm sure one day we'll tell a story of Kenya as well. A big round of applause to the Germans, and thank you so much for being here. Hendrik, we celebrate you. To give us the closing remarks, ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause to the one who has spoken to us, who has been here before, Mr. Charles Maru. Karibu sana. Makofi yake tafadhali, giving us the vote of thanks.
Thank you very much. Good evening. Are we still energetic? I believe our day today has been great. We've had a lot of interaction. And I've never seen that kind of interaction. In fact, I realize that people are very energetic. And maybe before I give maybe a vote of thanks, there are a few things that I just want to mention in regards to KEBS and more so the National Quality Institute. I remember during the presentations, one of the things that was mentioned was issues about training. So I really want to say this today, that we're really ready to collaborate with the other stakeholders so that we can build capacity in terms of the auditors, the people who can audit, the management systems. We can also build capacity in areas of trainers. I remember engineer was talking about maybe conducting TOTs or training for trainers so that these people will be able to go outside there and do the trainings. So I just want to say that maybe one of the things that we shall do going forward is working with you so that we build capacity in terms of trainers, auditors. I believe we've all seen that this particular standard, ISO 50001, is a very, very important standard for us as a country. And we need more organizations actually to start implementing this particular standard. I don't know how many so far are implementing. We know of Safaricom. I don't know about others. But I believe from today, we shall be going outside there, creating more awareness so that more people will be able to come and be certified to this standard. So as I said before, our work at NQI is to facilitate the trainings. And if the organization is ready, it is taken over by the certification body, which is also within KEBS. And of course, that body will be able to carry out audits and certify that particular organization. But having said that, maybe the other area before I forget is this area of energy auditors. In fact, I was very, very interested about the energy auditors. I was told that it is only a preserve of engineers and physicists. Is that true? But one thing that we're just saying within NQI, we can just train, because what we just need is we invite those engineers who are already auditors and who are trainers to facilitate the trainings on behalf of the National Quality Institute so that we build capacity, so that we have more people who will be able to carry out what you call the energy audits. And for the other auditors, for the management system standards, it's not a problem, because when these auditors go outside there to audit organizational facilities, they will be able to confirm that those facilities are also complying with the statutory requirements. They have carried out the necessary audits, and before they are given the certification, of course, the auditors will have confirmed the same. So now I want to give a vote of thanks on behalf of the Kenya Bureau of Standards. Remember, in the morning, our director was here, but because of other duties, he had to go back to KEBS. But we have their blessings, including that one of the managing director of the Kenya Bureau of Standards. So I really want to thank you people, the participants, the speakers, and also the other stakeholders who have really participated in this particular workshop. More so, I would like to recognize the contributions that were made by One, GIZ. They came in Nandi and sponsored this particular course. Can we give them a clap? Because they played a very important role. They were able to bring us together. The other stakeholder that played a critical role was the Ministry of Energy, and we have got David. He was about to take off, but we told him that he needed just to remain so that he can hear what you are going to say about them. So it is very true. We really appreciate your contribution. I know you've been working with us closely in terms of coming up with standards. But for this particular forum, we really thank you, and I wish that we'll be able to continue with the same kind of collaboration going forward. The third one is EPRA, who happens also to be one of our clients. We have certified them to ISO 9001. We really want to thank you, Daktari, for your contribution also. I know you spend a lot of your man hours coming up with what has been presented today. We really want to, we are not taking it for granted. The other person that I really want to thank is Mr. Liam, who did that wonderful presentation. In fact, what I like about him is he was able to simplify the PDCS cycle, isn't it? And he even came up with some other terms which we as NQI, we have actually borrowed, and we'll be using some of the terms that he was able to use to make sure that the standard was well understood. Is also, we are very, very thankful for your contribution. Even the presentation that was made by CAM was also insightful, and we are very, very thankful. The other party is Safaricom. I think in most of our workshops and conferences, we've been inviting Safaricom. And one of the things that we are really trying to do, we are trying to tell them now to forget about those external certification bodies and come to KEBS. And I just want to believe that maybe before the end of the year, when you go for a certification, Caroline, you will be able to invite us so that we can certify your organization. But in the other areas that we maybe lack competence, we shall be ready to work with you so that we build competence within the Kenya Bureau of Standards. The panelists, I think the people who sat here gave us a lot of information which we will be able to carry on. We've learned a lot, and we really want to thank you for giving us that time, sitting here with us and sharing what you know about energy saving. I think that was, or energy efficiency. That was wonderful for us. I would like also to thank our moderator. Has he done a good job? Remember all these things that we've seen. We really appreciate you. We really appreciate you with your captivating voice, and also quite a number of other things that he was doing. I'm very sure today afternoon, if it was any other workshop, I'm very sure people could have slept. But was there anybody who slept? I did not see anybody sleeping because of how he was able to handle the program. What about the media team? I think you've also done a very good job for us. We want to really appreciate you. Let's hope some of this information will end up in the social media so that people will be aware about the standard, isn't it? Maybe before I finish, I really want to know, what is your feeling about this standard? Do you need this standard as a country? In fact, this is a very important standard. So what I just want us to do is that when you go back to organization, please, maybe, can you create awareness? Can you tell the people about this standard? And if it is not on in your organization, maybe go and tell a friend, so that when we start rolling out this standard, we'll be able to have quite a number of organizations will be able to come on board, and maybe making sure that as a country we cut down in terms of energy use, isn't it? Because I think that is the ultimate goal. We are being told on a daily basis that by using a lot of fossil fuels, we are generating a lot of carbon dioxide outside there, isn't it? Which is affecting our environment. So I think the best is to go outside there, talk to them, so that all of us, we can work together, because it's not only Safaricom. Because if Safaricom does it alone, we might not feel, we might not even have that feeling, isn't it? But if we do it together, maybe we'll be able to bring a change in this country. Otherwise, let me say thank you. And in case you need any clarification from us, please do not hesitate to get in touch with KEBS anytime. You can come over there, and we'll be able to sit together and maybe address the issues that you have at hand. Thank you, and may God bless you.
Thank you so much. Just before we close, a quick announcement. Two of them immediately we're done. I kindly request the presence of Mr. Hendrik, Mr. Alex Kebs, Mr. Willis, Engineer Musonye, Engineer Lawrence, and Mr. Onserio for a brief media interview. That will be immediately we're done. But in the meantime, I understand there's a quick announcement from Bwana Mutisia. A big round of applause for him as he comes.
Let me, sorry, this is outside protocol, and that is very bad manners. Now, I forgot to say I'm privileged to be a member of the task force doing e-mobility. That is a big privilege, and I'm sitting with you. Now, we sent a request through the media for your input on e-mobility policy and strategy. Please, the deadline is 29th of September. Kindly, this is where the engineers are, I believe. I want to take advantage of this. Look for that advert and give us, I'm begging you now, because I'm here. As a member of that task force, be part of the contributors going forward. Please. How do I approach it? It's in evil. Yeah, don't ignore it, because we need, that is the spirit of participation. We are looking seriously for your suggestions on the policy on e-mobility.
Thank you so much. We heard, now you know. Ladies and gentlemen, let us be upstanding as where we started, and it's also a commitment of beloved. Our Kenyan national. On that same note, please, and spot some just like you, just spot them, spot them, just for if you're ready. We have the cameras around, and take a final selfie. Remember, this particular event has been live, YouTube, Twitter. You yourself. Thank you so much for being. Please take those selfies dressed in the same colors. Yes, God bless you. See you at work.